Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
All right, we've got a blank screen. You'll love to see that. Hold on a sec. My camera's not working. Great. Sweet. Fantastic. Awesome. That's because it's off. This was a kind of a late minute, all of a sudden, there we go. Okay. Camera back on. Hey, what's going on, everybody? What is happening, folks? Robert, welcome to the Patreon, buddy. First Dragontide adventure in 11 hours. I'm glad there's such a thing as coffee. Coffee is great. I think I drink too much of it, but, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, I am definitely, Kendall. I am definitely still on West Coast time. I mean, I'd be up probably pretty late anyways, but for sure it, I mean, I got home Tuesday night, like after midnight. I got home at like 1, so technically Wednesday morning, right? So I went to bed. I woke up at I think I woke up Wednesday at like 2 or something like that because I was dead tired. I woke up to a message from Mr. Stephen Glicker who said, "Hey, you want to be on the show?" And I was like, "Dude, no, I'm still in bed." And then Thursday, I think I woke up afternoon, and then today, I think I woke up around 1 p.m. or something like that. The chat's in a bad place. Oh yeah, because we were in the Bob and I were in the group chat. I think the magic number is 900. There we go. Hey, look at that. Time to renew my Twitch Prime sub. What's up? GM Scott, 5 months. Fantastic. Thank you so much. 5 months, founder. Love to see it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So this isn't really a stream. I'm up. This is just me working. I gotta leave for Vegas in a couple days. I'm gonna stream Sunday night. Yeah. And Tuesday night. Sunday night, I'm going to do, I think Sunday night I'm going to do 13th Age, 2nd edition. And Tuesday, I'm going to do Battle Cry with the exclamation point. And we're going to talk about the commander and the Guardiano, the Guardian, near and dear to my heart here in Cleveland. Got to hype up the Guardian. Anyways, I just realized there's no super chat goals. Anybody have any cool ideas for super chat or tip goals? No, this is Friday night. We didn't play D&D tonight, which is fantastic. Love to see it. Actually, it went something like this. Kaz said, "Hey, are we playing this Friday?" And Smith said, "I don't know, maybe." And then Bob said, "I don't think so. Tim's out. But also, Smith, you indicated that you were out." And Smith went, "Oh, shit, am I? I better probably talk to somebody to figure out why that is." So we didn't play, which was, unfortunate. Could have been our Pathfinder 2 campaign, could have been our 5e campaign. We do have an alternative campaign for when a bunch of people are missing. We've been playing 5th edition Harapanavuk. Well, we played once, but I made a monk. It's pretty sweet. We rolled for stats. I have really good stats. It's pretty sweet. 20 decks. Monk, crushing it. 20 decks, I think 16 wisdom. So my monk's base AC, I think, is 18. Does that sound right? Right? 10 plus 5 plus 3? Yeah, 18. Yeah. So 18 to AC, plus 5 to hit, plus 5 damage, flurry of blows, with the bonus action or whatever it's called. I don't actually know what it's called. Monk fist or something. I'm fisting monk or something. But I do a lot of damage. It's like 1d6 plus 5 per hit, right? My proficiency is 2. My dexterity is 5, so I'm attacking twice at plus 7. Feels broken. Anyways, so we didn't play. And then normally, if we don't play role-playing games, I head up to the FLGS, and sometimes I take in a Magic draft, or I just hang out with the boys up there. But they've been out of product. So why is? Oh, I know why. I think I have Twitch open twice. Oh, I do have Twitch open twice. That's why Twitch is getting responded to twice. They are all out of Edge of Eternities. They're all out of Final Fantasy. They were out of Final Fantasy forever ago. Technically, it's standard legal. Technically, it's supposed to be in production, but they're all out of Final Fantasy. They're all out of Edge of Eternities. And as a result, there's like nothing to draft. So there was no Magic draft tonight either. So I basically kind of did nothing tonight. It was a beautiful day. I got 15,000 steps in. I basically just spent the day walking the dogs, and then I even took a walk separate from the dogs. I went out. I went to the park. There's a park next door to my house, a Metro Park, and I just walked around, gathered my thoughts, tried to recenter, refocus. It's just been so crazy for me the last couple of months with everything that's happened, and then of course, as soon as everything happened, it was the summertime, and it was go 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 because I was streaming all the time. Number one, to just, maybe I poured myself into my work, I guess. But honestly, there was a lot of hype. There was, Dragon, there was a Draw Steel. There was Daggerheart, and, there was Northern Reaches, and we were just boom, 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 boom. And then every 3 weeks, it's been a con. So it was PAX West, 3 weeks, Origins, 3 weeks, Gen Con, 2 weeks or whatever, PAX West. And now I'm going to Vegas, and then I'm back, and then, in a little bit of a break, it'll be PAX Unplugged. So I just haven't had as much time to, really sit down and focus and think about things as much as I'd like. Which, kind of has me a little bit spinning. Anyways, is it too dark in here? I can't tell. Maybe. I don't know. Tip goal. I explain Magic the Gathering for beginners. Don't worry about you. 20. You have 20 life, but only one of those life points matters. The last one there. That's the best advice I can give to Magic the Gathering players. It's like hit points. None of them matter except for the last one. So why am I actually here? Well, again, like I said, this isn't a stream. It looks like a stream, but it's not a stream. It is actually me sort of, fixing is the wrong word because Bob has done a hell of a job in getting Dragontide to the masses. And I am very, very, very thankful for him to that. Sounds like a stream. You could be mistaken.
GM's got tipped $25. No tip goal. Put this on. August 22 black.
Nice. Thank you, GM Scott. Yeah, I appreciate you so much. I mean, quite frankly, folks, I'm not even kidding you. I would probably be a wreck right now if it wasn't for this channel. Job seeking, very tough. In case you didn't know, especially in my neck of the woods, everyone wants to AI this, AI that, AI this, AI that. So it's pretty tough. But the patrons and you folks who have been tipping and supporting me through Prime subs, Twitch gift subs, super chats, tips, super thanks, the whole jazz. It's been really, really, really nice. So I really, really appreciate it. It's chaotic and uncertain, right? I mean, I imagine it's a lot like working as a waitress, waiter, which I've never done. Where you're like, well, my ability to pay rent and eat is going to kind of be dependent upon the kindness of people that I'm working for, because if they don't tip me, I'm not really making any money. Obviously, the Patreon's great, but as I've said before, the Patreon's sort of my core monthly that I can depend on. But between the payment processing fees, the payment transfer fees, and of course Patreon's cut, I lose about 15% to Patreon. So $1 becomes 85 cents. from that 85 cents, I have to pay the channel. I have to pay Bob. I have to pay Forge. I have to pay Zoom. I have to pay Epidemic Sound. I have to pay Envato Elements. I have to pay Adobe. I have to pay, you know, another out. What else? I don't even know what all the different little services I have. Excalidraw. You know, this, that, this, the other thing. So by the time that 85 cents is done paying out, it's probably more like 65 cents. And then from that 65 cents, obviously I have to pay taxes. And, you know, they don't actually withhold any taxes. I have to hold them out myself. But of course, I'm self-employed. So that means I have to pay both sides of my FICA tax. I have to pay my Medicare, Social Security. I have to pay both sides of it. So my tax is higher than you would traditionally see. So that 65 cents becomes closer to like 40 something cents. And so, you know, $1 becomes 40 cents. So the Patreon's great, but $1,000 in Patreon becomes $400 basically in my pocket to pay bills and to do stuff with. So, you know, $4,000 becomes $1,600. And luckily I live a very austere lifestyle and I have no debt. So, I mean, I do have a mortgage, but it's a very low interest mortgage. So luckily I'm in a position where I can even do this. Otherwise I'd be fucked. But, you know, that's the situation, man. Anyways, none about this. Anyways, he really does have that redhead energy. He's unstoppable. He's a go-getter. Bob is a great foil and a great compliment to me. I will say that. Sometimes I want to kill him, but I can't argue with results, you know? He brings an energy that I don't have, and I really appreciate him for that. Todd, it does sound like a stream. Hey, super chat. Here's some Adobe money. Thanks for the Dragontide stream. Yeah, so this, again, this isn't a stream. I've said this before. I've said it again. It's just late. I'm up. I've got a bunch of fans going because we got all the windows open. It's it's still technically summer, but we're in September. And short of the occasional heat spike or heat wave, you know, in my neck of the woods, once pumpkin spice hits the menu at Starbucks, once the leaves start to change colors and start to fall, it's fall. So it's a nice fall night. It's probably 50, 58, 50, upper 50s Fahrenheit here. I don't know what that is. Was it minus 30 divided by, so like 15 degrees Celsius, give or take. So it's a nice cool night with the windows open. I got some fans going, so I apologize if there's some noise in the microphone, but appreciate it. Thank you, Roman. I really appreciate that. This is true. If Bob wasn't the hype man that he was, I mean, Bob got me hyped to make this channel. So I think that's really cool. That's awesome, Todd. That's fantastic. That is very hot, Phobos. Yeah, not love it. Now I'll be in Vegas next week, so it'll be kind of hot there. But I'm gonna because it's not like so hot. Like it's still hot, but it's not like crazy hot like it is in the middle of summer. And for me, my fall trip, usually around my birthday, because my birthday is September 24th. That's when I go, you know, kind of all in on the pool at Vegas. I like to just at least spend 2 of the days just poolside, you know, just reading, you know, hopping in the water, ordering some, you know, fruity drinks by the side of the pool, eating at the little cafe there, having some, you know, sandwiches and some Caesar salads, and it's just so nice. Of course, this is kind of a bittersweet, I guess would be the term, because last year in late August, we went for our fall, you know, early fall, late summer trip, as we always do around this time of the year. But last year we went late August, and that's where I first started having my panic attacks, and I ended up in the ER while I was in Vegas because I thought I was dying. And that's where all my panic attacks started. So yeah, so this is not, I'm not nervous or anything like that, but it's just crazy how much difference a year can make. So I will say this, folks, 2 things. Number 1, don't be afraid to get help. Just because, you know, seeing a therapist is not a bad thing. Number 2, don't be ashamed if you need to take some medication to help you get through what you're getting through. That's not an excuse not to work on your problems, right? I'm I don't want to be, reliant upon these medications any longer than I need to. But if I need them, if you need them, get them. That's my little PSA there. Because it help a lot. A lot. Beowulf, I'm so close to canceling one of my. Oh, you have other patrons? You're cheating on me? So I can bump up to. If only there were no stupid duck people in Dragontide. Well, look at the good news, Beowulf. The good news is, let me bring up my PDF here. The good news is, that's Dragontide. Open. Nope, that's not it. DB. Here we go. The good news is that there we go. The good news is that when you make a character, you are required to randomly roll for your kin. And as a result, you only 1 in 11 PCs, okay? Only 1 in 11 PCs will actually be a mallard. And of course, even if you roll mallard, you don't have to be a mallard. You can choose to be a human. So that means that technically, as long as anybody is choosing to opt into human, it means that mallards will be less, right, than whatever it is, 8%. 1 in 12, right? Isn't that what I said? 1 in 12? Did I say it wrong? Oh, I said 1 in 11. Sorry. 1 in 12. My apologies. 1 in 12. So only 1 in 12 characters in Dragonbane will be, or in Dragontide, well, both actually, will be an elf, a mallard, or a wolfkin. And then again, if someone doesn't want to be that, they can choose to be a human. So if you roll an elf, or you roll a mallard, or you roll a wolfkin, and you don't want to be that, you can always choose instead to be a human. But it means that because of, some number of people will, I'm sure, choose not to be a mallard when they roll it, the theoretical ceiling is 8% of PCs will be a mallard. But some number of people who roll mallard will choose to be a human, so I expect there to be less than 8%. But of course, you have to roll a lot of, you have to roll a lot of numbers before you really get those percentages. Beowulf says, I have 3 other Patreons. 2 of them are free, and one costs me $250 odd Australian a month. If I cancel that, I can almost afford champion level. Well, Beowulf, listen, you got to do what you got to do, buddy. You got to do what you got to do. So there we go. We're sitting at 1 in 15, which is definitely less than 1 in 12. So why are we actually here tonight? Well, we're actually here tonight, again, not to fix a problem, but it's kind of a problem. But it's, again, Bob has been crushing it. Bob has been doing a great job. And one of the things that I was working on, which did not get finished, full transparency, did not get finished, is this idea. I don't know if we're going to go to the whiteboard. We might. Again, this is more of a working session. Well, maybe we do need the whiteboard now that I think about it. I just think better. Like, for those of you who don't know me, like, I always have a notebook on me. I always have my bullet journal on me. I like to write things down. I'm very tactile in that way. I've actually thought about getting one of those, like, digital write pads. Has anyone seen those? Those are pretty cool. I guess we'll do Excalidraw. Yep, there we go. No, I don't want to create a collection. I want to create something new in Dragontide. How do I create? There we go. Okay. Oh, so bright, so deathly. Now, what did the person say I have to do? I have to go to Canvas? No. They told me how to do it, and I don't remember how to do it. You go to Scene? Yeah, there we go. Canvas background. Boom. And then I think I have to turn off my dark mode. It's crazy how like difficult this is. Let's go 0E, 0E, 0E. Nice little charcoal gray. And we'll rename the scene to Stormhaven. Well, the problem, Goats or Goat, is that Spider-Man is not designed to be drafted in a traditional sense. Spider-Man is designed to be drafted in their new quick draft or pick draft or something like that. The Spider-Man card collation is extremely different from a traditional traditional set. It has a much smaller print run. There's a lot less commons on the print sheets. The whole draft thing is pretty fucked up. It is not a traditional set by any stretch of the imagination. So they look very cool, but last time I looked at them, they were a very walled garden. Yeah, I'm kind of getting sick of walled gardens myself. Okay, so again, we're just gonna be all over the place tonight. I'm sorry. Okay. So basically, we have this, and this is already happening, which is good. So we have this idea of the town phase in Dragontide, and the idea of the town phase is basically a way for your character to sort of engage with project clocks. Okay. Totally taken from Blades in the Dark, obviously, the whole downtime thing and everything like that. So down phase is basically downtime, so DT/downtime. And you're supposed to engage with project clocks. But one of the changes that we made for Dragontide, and again, I apologize if I've gone over this before, but we'll get to it eventually, but is traditionally you had a clock, and the way this is like how Northern Reaches used to work, okay? And the players would go on an adventure. A GM would run an adventure, and then the GM would decide based on how that adventure played out. They would write up a report on that adventure, and they would submit it to the GM council or to the overlords. Basically make a suggestion, say, I think the players made really good progress on this particular project. I think we should tick the clock, twice. Well, the GMs, that would be the overlords at the time, were me, Bob, and Smith. So we had to read all these, and then we had to agree or disagree. And of course, a lot of GMs thought that their actions of their party were really super special. But what you can see here is there's a problem. Number one, a project's only going to get worked on if GMs run adventures for it. So there's a bias there, because GMs are oftentimes players too. The second thing is that GMs also have a bias in reporting how many ticks or clocks that they want to clock. So if a GM wants a clock to finish for their own personal reasons, or just because they think it's cool, right? They don't have to. It doesn't have to be nefarious. They can say, "Oh, I think we should tick it 3 times, or we should tick it 4 times." So that's a problem. Okay. The second problem is that what they're doing in Northern Reaches Season 3 is you have these downtime actions. And there are some town projects. And one of the things that the players can do is they can spend their downtime actions to make ticks towards a clock. And that's fine. That's totally acceptable. But I don't think it connects back enough to the actual process of adventuring, right? It has nothing to do with the adventuring, it's essentially. Or if it does have anything to do with the adventure, is that a GM might tick a clock because they want to, and then the player can just choose to use their downtime actions to spend their clocks on it. It's fine, but it's not exactly what I want to have happen. What I want to have happen is for the players, the PCs, to go adventure, and then while they are on the adventure, they acquire resources. And then they go to town, and then they spend those resources to make changes and affect things, okay? And then, of course, they run out of resources, So now they need to go adventure again. So that's sort of the play cycle and play behavior. Now, Bob has created what I consider to be so basically the key thing here is right in town, and how do you spend those resources? So there are two things here. So Bob has done a great job of creating what I'm going to call the Constitution of Dragontide, and that is a very basic set of buildings. Okay, because again, the city of Stormhaven. Okay, do I have this somewhere? Let me find it real quick. The city of Stormhaven. Okay, here we go. This is not actually the city of Stormhaven. I'm just copying this. The city of Stormhaven can be thought of as like a board game board. Okay, there is, there is a let's see here. Go light. There's a space here at the docks, right? And there's a space here at the Grand Market, and there's a space here at the the Castilian's Keep, and there's a space here at I don't know, at Crafter's Row, or Crafter's Alley, and there's a space here at the secondary market, and there's a thing here at the wharf or whatever. So you can think of it like a board game, and you're going to these different locations in order to take an action in town. So what Bob has created, and now to be clear, I was the basic outline of this is what I created, and it had some holes in it. Bob filled them in, but Bob has basically created what I consider to be the basic bare minimum things that you would need in order for this game to even run, and that is the starting buildings. So the starting buildings that are listed is well, you don't actually need this building, but this is the weapon skill training hall. So this is where you can work on upgrading your weapon skills. There is the Grand Bazaar. So the Grand Bazaar is just a market. It basically just is a space that lets you buy things from the book. So this is basically just generic, because one of our core tenets of Dragontide is that you should be able. So one of our core, if you want to call it, one of our core things is in Dragontide. Oh, that's very thick. That's what she said. In Dragontide, you should mostly, I'll say mostly, be able to play Dragonbane. So, I had all sorts of crazy ideas about like a completely player-run economy, and you couldn't actually buy anything from town. You had to buy it from other players. But we didn't think we were going to get enough people to play. Like, to do that, you would probably have to have 100+ players. And I didn't think we were going to get 100+ players. I thought we were going to maybe get 20. So we've already exceeded that because we have 30. And maybe we'll end up with 40 or something like that. But you do have to have a lot in order to have like what I will call a completely closed economy, right? Yeah, exactly, George. A minimum viable town is a great way to describe it. So this Grand Bazaar building is basically just, what's the word I'm looking for? It's basically just so you can go and buy items from the book. Okay. In Dragonbane, you have equipment, gear that you can buy, and they have a rarity associated with it. Come on, PDF, I believe in you. So if you want to buy rags or simple clothes, those are common. There are other items which are uncommon, and there are items that are rare as well. And so if you look again at our market, you can basically spend one of your downtime actions. You can go to the common market and you can buy as many things, as you want, and pay for it in coin, as long as it's common. If you want, now, and I don't necessarily know that I would have gone with these names, but Bob and I'm sure some LLMs filled in the spaces. But if you want an uncommon item, you have to go to the Artisan's Quarter, which is, again, this is the flavorful name, the Grand Bazaar. But what it really is the Common Market. And this is called the Artisan's Quarter. But what it really is the Uncommon Market. And when you go to the Artisan's Quarter, the difference is you have to make a bartering check. There's a skill in Dragonbane called bartering. And you make a check. Remember, in Dragonbane, you have to roll under your skill. A nat 1, a dragon, is a really good roll. And a nat 20, a demon, is a bad roll. If you fail the check, you can still buy the uncommon item from the, so if we went to there and say, I want to buy, boots. Well, boots are gold. Boots are 2 gold, and they're uncommon. So you can't just buy them from the common market. You have to go to the uncommon market. So if I fail my bartering check, I can still buy the boots, but they won't cost me 2 gold. They'll cost me 24 silver, or 2 gold and 4 silver, because it costs 20% more. If you succeed, you can buy the item at the normal price on that bartering check. And if you get a critical success, you can buy it. But you get a discount, and you can make an advancement roll for bartering, which basically means you get a check to skill up your bartering check. And if you roll a nat 20, a demon, a complete critical failure, you basically waste your downtime action. You can't buy it. So these 2 actions right here basically let you buy your equipment. Yes, there's a little bit more of a gamist element to the Artisan's Quarter, but fundamentally it's going to let you buy your uncommon items. Okay. The next is what Bob has called the Coral Hearth Sanctuary, but it's really just a hospital. And that is, in the game, when you are out adventuring, you can acquire these severe injuries per our severe injury table. And we need a way for you to reduce these. Now, this effect reduces the injury severity by 1 for all of your injuries. This should probably say reduce the severity of all injuries by 1. That's how it should actually read. Again, I didn't pick the names. Bob did. But see, okay, again, I cannot stress this enough. I mean, everyone on the, if you go back 4 years in this channel, you'll see people in the comments being like, Bob, you need to get new friends. Derek and Smith are so fucking such dicks to you. True. But these are the kind of details that I obsess over that Bob does not. Bob doesn't care what it's called. Derek does. Would I call the common market the Grand Bazaar? No. I would not. Correct. I would call it like flea bottom market. That's what I would have called it, or something like that, right? It's the place where you go to buy rags and basic stuff. So when you go on an adventure, you can become hurt or injured. This is a way that you can reduce this, okay? This is our crafting location, because we do have a crafting system. It's kind of really super sketchy right now because it doesn't really exist too much. We're kind of building as we go. And then there's a generic building that lets you work on your personal projects. And it says, what is the requirement? Go to the personal projects page. It doesn't really describe what it is, but we know that we need a way for people to be able to work on something that they want to do. In other words, how do I invest my time and my resources into something for me personally? Similarly, there is the Stormfront expansion, which isn't really even the name of a building, but whatever. And this is how we create a town project and how we work on things to advance the town. This is, again, a constitution. It basically gives us the basic elements that we need in order to run the game. And then we have 2 more, which is the Last Call Tavern, where you can actually heal to full and get full hit points. Obviously something you need. In fact, you can see here that it costs nothing. It doesn't cost any downtime actions, because at the very least, we need you to be able to be at full hit points when you go on another adventure again. And then the Port and Harbor is where you can get your boat, because, again, it's a game about boat. And that's it. Those are the only buildings in Stormhaven, okay? But this is the Constitution, because technically with these buildings, you could make all other buildings. Right? You could use the Stormfront expansion location to build other town projects to make other buildings, right? So the Constitution gives us the framework. The problem is we need a Bill of Rights. So we need to create some initial, seeding of core locations for a couple of reasons. Number one, because we do have people who are town focused, which I knew people were going to be. I think Bob underestimated, and I want to say I got it right, but I think there were a lot of people who were like, I think I'm going to want to engage with the town actions a lot. So we have people that are already sitting on 8 or 10 town actions for the first week, and there's really nothing to spend them on because there's no locations and there's no buildings. The second problem is that while I still believe that the core of the game should be adventuring, and adventuring should be the truest and most best way in order for someone to acquire resources, right? Because you're risking literally life and limb when you go out on an adventure. You could die out there. Chances are probably pretty good you're not going to die in town. But if you're adventuring, you should get resources. But the problem is, if you're not adventuring, then right now there's no way for you to gain resources. Yes, you could acquire them from other PCs, and I intend for that to be something that people probably can and will and should do. But, some people, part of my goal with this was so that you could kind of play this game kind of on your own. Like, you didn't necessarily need to go on an adventure. You didn't necessarily need other players to do that for you. It may be more efficient for someone to go out on an adventure and risk their character's life and go gain a bunch of resources and bring them back for for your character to work on. But maybe they're going to get resources for them because they want them. So they may not, they may not want to share them. So you need a way to sort of be self-sufficient, right? And that's lacking. And I think one player already identified this. And I think it was GM said so. So shout out, Anthony. But that is a good realization, because I originally did have a list of sort of what I'll call basic starting buildings that were supposed to be seeded in the town. And I think Bob just was like, I don't want to deal with that. Fucking let's go, fuck it, we ball. And he's not wrong, because, again, this limited list of buildings is like the Constitution. But when we think about the Constitution, we think about things like protected free speech, and we think about freedom of religion, and we think about, the right to bear arms. And those aren't actually in the Constitution. They were just sort of preceded into the Constitution as things that the Constitution could create. So we kind of need to do some work. So Stormfront needs an expansion. And I don't know what happened to those original files. I don't know what Bob did with them. I don't even know if they're still out there on the drawing board. So we're going to kind of create them from scratch / my memory about what it is that we need and how we and we'll go about building them and kind of show you what my process is here. Beowulf. Grand just means big, and bazaar just means market. So it's the big or main market in the town, i.e. the stuff the market sells all your normal common stuff, like a supermarket. Fair enough. Lugs asks, is the Pathfinder version of this still running? Very much so, Lugs. I would argue, by the way, it's a completely different game. Northern Reaches is a completely different game. Yeah, Northern Reaches is still running. It's been running now for, 4 months, maybe, give or take. 4 months. Yeah, I'd say for about 4 months. The groups, they are now level. I think it's been growing. Yeah, I think it's about 15 or 16 weeks. But they are now level 11, I want to say, the group. But remember, everybody's the same level. So when you join the campaign, or if you make a new character, you will also be level 11. But it is still definitely going. Wait, rags are uncommon? Rags are most definitely not uncommon. Or not uncommon. They are common. I think GM Scott was just joking. All right. So no, they are not. Sticks are not rare. So Stormhaven, not Stormfront. When did I say Stormfront? Did I write Stormfront? I didn't write Stormfront. Did I? No, I don't think so. So I said it earlier. Okay, sorry. Stormhaven. Stormhaven, Shadow Dark, Dagger, Bane, Heart, Dragon, Bane, Dragon, Heart, Dagger, Bane. It all just merges together into mush. Okay, so the other problem is Bob did something, and I saw it when we were going through it the other day. Now, to be fair, again, I cannot stress this enough. I'm not shitting on Bob. Bob changed some things that he probably shouldn't have. And let's see where he put it. Also, this thing, desperately needs an editor because it's not really laid out particularly well. So Bob put in the translation for gold into wealth. And he changed it. I don't know why he changed it. So none of this is official until I talk to Bob. Now, I'm guessing that when I ask Bob why he changed it, he's going to say, I don't know. I just said, it should be this. I don't know if Bob's going to have like a reason that he changed something. But yeah. So one of the problems that I saw already, this is independent of Stormhaven, is that like a workstation is 25 gold, a workbench is 5 gold, a compass is 100 gold. But then for some odd reason, I think he made the ships cost like 25 gold, which I don't think is right. Yeah, buying a skiff is 24 gold. A cutter is 40 gold, and a cog is 100 gold. So, I don't think those are right. I don't know if he just like took those out of the Dragonbane book and didn't really think about it, but that is those are probably too cheap. Anyways, here was the problem I had. I don't know why Bob made. I don't know why he changed this. This is not what we originally had. A compass is most definitely a precision instrument, Zombol. But so is a massive hundreds and if not thousands of ton cog, which is a gigantic, huge, sailing ship, with with thousands of parts, and it's a massive sailing vessel. So it yes, a compass is a precision instrument, but let's not call it as. In the book, a rowboat is 15 and a sailing boat is 40. So yeah, again, I mean the prices in the Dragonbane book are, I think, literally the people who wrote Dragonbane just like, maybe the people who wrote Dragonbane just said, fuck it, we ball. They didn't know it, but Bob was basically writing Dragonbane. They just threw darts at a dartboard, I think. So yeah. So my guess is Bob didn't put any thought into it. Now, I'm not saying that in a mean way. I'm just saying Bob said, I don't have a solution for it, and I don't have a good way to come up with an answer for it, so I'll just take the one that's in the book and put it in the document, and then we'll go forward, and we'll fix it. Well, fuck it, we'll do it live, right? That's the Bob way of doing it. The Derek way of doing it would be to like sit down and calculate based off of the treasure table and the expected treasure gain. What do I think the average amount of wealth per person will be, minus expenses for overages and all this other stuff? What week in the campaign would I expect people to start being able to buy or acquire their first ships, and then sort of work backwards into a number, right? That's the Derek approach. That's the mathematical, science-driven approach. The Bob approach is whatever. I'll take it from the book and we'll go from there. Because how you think, so I think somebody noted that a merchant starts with 25 gold, and thus they can start with, and they can only buy common items. A skiff is a common item. And so they were like, so I can start with a boat. And I don't know if Bob intended that to be the case. So again, I don't know that he put a whole lot of thought into this. Anyways, originally, it was 2 gold for 1 wealth, and yeah. So, anyways, Dan, it does make a certain amount of sense for a merchant to start with a boat. I don't 100% hate that, to be honest with you, but I still don't know that we should just be giving them away. Not every merchant's going to have a boat, which, to be fair, you don't have to have buy a boat, but I don't know. It just seems like it's a little much. Okay, so. These are written in the wrong order, for example. Hey, Agile Monk. Thank you for 8 months. Love and blessings to my friend Derek. Thank you, Agile Monk. Really appreciate you. These sound like season 1 corrections. Wojo, yeah, they probably do. But that's why I said that's not even what we're here to talk about. These are just like things. The problem is that the game does not have enough buildings to function. That's actually what we're here to do. But the problem is that the buildings that I'm going to create are reliant and dependent upon your ability to create stuff. So, anyways, okay. So, Dragontide consists of 5 resources. We're really only dealing with 4 right now. Well, I don't even know why I went straight to influence. Okay. So this is also, by the way, some secret behind-the-scenes tech. We've talked about this before. Supply, wealth, knowledge, and influence. These are the 4 resources. Technically, there's a 5th one, which is called mana. These are the resources that your PC will accumulate and will spend to get ticks onto personal project clocks and town project clocks. Okay? Each clock will have a variable amount of required number of ticks, and each clock, depending on what it is thematically, will require a different number of these resources in order to tick a talk. In that way, some projects might require a lot of wealth and knowledge. Other projects might require a ton of supply and little else. Some other projects might require influence and knowledge. And again, there could be a mix of all sorts of things. So the idea is that players will go out and they will adventure and they will acquire these things. Now, there's a degree here of common to, what I'll call, mythic or rare. Well, I guess we'll just say rare here. Common to rare as we go down it. But there's also technically a secret value equivalent to these numbers, which is really, really complicated and difficult. And the math on it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the way that I balance these things is under the assumption that a supply has a unit value of 1, and thus a wealth has a unit value of 2, knowledge 3, influence 4, mana 5. So those are sort of the base assumptions of what something is worth, quote unquote. Now, in other words, in a sort of why won't that erase? Come on, erase. What is that? What is that little dot? I don't know what that dot is. All right, I deleted it. Where was I? Right, okay. So remember, supply is, and I already saw that somebody, I don't want to say messed up, but one of the things that we decided to do in Dragontide is rather than like PCs dealing with like a bunch of shit that you would get from, looting your enemies, the GM was encouraged, and I would say required, just to convert it into supply, this sort of generic unit that represents just like material good, material stuff, crates of fish, barrels of ammunition and gunpowder, just stuff, raw lumber harvested and brought aboard. It's just material good. Wealth isn't just necessarily the coin in your pocket. Wealth, this is again taken from Blades in the Dark, so I apologize. But if you've played Blades in the Dark, then the GP on your character sheet is your coin, and wealth is your stash. Okay? Wealth sort of represents your character's credit, their investments, their sort of their bank accounts, right? Their sort of non-liquid wealth. In terms of liquid wealth, that's the gold coins and silver coins rattling around in your belt pouch. And to be fair, there's a certain amount, limited amount of gold that you can reasonably carry at one time. These are to be high level characters, and of course, we don't think of them as literally having Scrooge McDuck vaults of gold coins. No, they are going to do things like, become part owners in an inn, or, buy part of a share of a warehouse, or they're going to have a nice house, or they're going to have lines of credit, or they're going to make deposits at a bank or with a mercantile company. They're going to get letters of mark and letters of credit, and letters of mark, right? Trade bars, that kind of stuff. So we represent that with this kind of abstract concept of wealth. The same way that, again, on paper, the vast majority, say, of your wealth might be in stock certificates and the value of your home, your cars, your automobiles, your coin collection, or whatever, or your comic book collection, your Magic the Gathering collection. It's not, you can't take that to the corner store and, buy a delicious Arnold Palmer with it from Arizona Tea Company, but it is, a valuable commodity nonetheless. So wealth represents sort of your institutional wealth, your credit, that kind of thing. Knowledge represents your character's understanding, lore, their academic prowess, their ability to research, their ability to make plans, their ability to sort of have access and resources to essentially lore and knowledge. Influence, much like it sounds, is political influence, right? Or social influence. It's your ability to get things done. And I should note that certainly these three things will be plentiful, if not, I don't want to say plentiful, but these things are going to be common enough on adventure. All right. Your character is going to discover, long lost caches of fabulous lore. They're going to haul back, right? They're going to defeat a pirate crew and bring back their ship a prize, right? Laden with all sorts of supply, and they're going to be able to carry in the bounty of that. And of course, you're obviously going to come back with gold and treasures that are going to be convertible to this wealth resource. The influence resource is a bit more of a town resource. Unless you are very specifically doing something that's going to benefit the town, or if you're going out to kill a dragon or a sea serpent who's raiding the merchant shipping lanes, that might earn you influence. But if you're just going out and kicking ass and being an awesome adventurer, or being greedy and just coming back with gold and magic items, that's not necessarily going to earn you influence in town. Influence is the softest of the resources. And then mana is just our rare resource, and it's almost like for version 1, mana might as well not really even exist, technically. It's more of like a late game thing, and we haven't really figured it out yet. We know it's there, but pending it to be advanced. So anyways, supply, wealth, knowledge, influence, mana, and they have these relative values. So one way of thinking of it is that 5 supply is worth 1 mana. 3 supply is worth 1 knowledge. 2 supply is worth 1 wealth. And vice versa. Let's see here. Dan, it's not that they. To be fair, they don't need to be balanced or fair. They need to be interesting. It works in theory, but when you're doing a mega game, if somebody just starts with a class that is just strictly better than every other class, it does kind of shit in people's parade. It's a bit of an 18xdx game. Yeah, I could see that. So would wealth work like versus D, where you can get something of lower value for free because of your high wealth level? No. I'll actually talk about that in a second. If you use your wealth to get something more valuable, you lose a level in it. Right. To be fair, it was your post that I saw, and I went, wait, what? And I started looking things up, and I went, oh, no. Oh, no. I don't know if that was intended. I mean, again, it's the beta version. I'm not actually too worried about it. That's why we're having this beta version. For sure. Yeah, but who's going to fly a kid, you? That is a Star Wars reference to when Luke says, we can buy our own ship for that much. And he said, yeah, but who's going to fly a kid? You. Of course it was you buying a skiff. Are you sure this is Dragontide? It most certainly is Dragontide. This was always intentioned to be Dragontide. Didn't they just patch this 2 days ago? No, Monk. Bob launched it 2 days ago. To be fair, Bob has been working on this while I've been running around going to conventions and doing all these other things and streaming, 30 plus hours a week. I haven't really had too much of a chance to, really pick it over everything with a fine tooth comb. Anyways, long story short, these are the way the resources work. 4 days ago. It is technically Saturday. That is correct. So maybe 5 days ago, technically. So the way wealth was supposed to work, and again, I have to talk to Bob and see what he did, is that, again, a lot of this is based off of the DNA of games that are smarter and better than me, is that you could buy a wealth. So with 2 gold pieces, coin, liquid, right, could buy 1 wealth resource. Okay. And 1 wealth resource could convert into, anybody in chat? In chat? If you understand the Blades in the Dark reference, you'll know what the answer is. I'm going to drink my tea. No. Although that is good, GM Scott, because that is also something from Blades in the Dark. No, I am specifically referencing the stash rules here. It becomes 1 gold piece. And the reason this is, so in Blades in the Dark, your character has a resource called coin, and your character has a resource called stash. Your character can buy a point of stash with 2 coin. Coin is an abstract resource of just a bag. What Daggerheart would call a handful of coin. And your character, I think, can carry at most 4 coin. And 4 coin is like a good, solid, jingling bag of silver, right? Anything more than that is like literally a Santa Claus sack and isn't very practical. Your character cannot carry more than 4 coin. You can convert coin into stash. It costs 2 points of coin to buy 1 point of stash. But if you need to, you can liquidate your stash. But when you liquidate your stash, you get half value. Because the idea is that, you're kind of selling it on the quick. Now, one of the concepts, which I would totally lean into, do we have a Blades in the Dark character sheet? For those of you who have never played Blades in the Dark or seen it. Let's see here. Here we go. This looks like this will work for our purposes. No, I don't want to save it. I just want to open it. There we go. So this is what a Blades in the Dark character sheet looks like. So you can see here that your character can store up to 4 points of coin. If you have more than 4 coin, you either have to spend it immediately or you have to convert it into stash. So you can convert 2 points of coin and then you mark a box of stash. Each complete row of stash, which is 10 stash that you complete, basically raises the level of your character's bouginess. And if your character is forced to retire, which does happen a lot in Blades in the Dark, the character's total stash level basically indicates how good your retirement is. So if your character retires when your character ends the game, or when the campaign ends, or if your character is forced to retire because they've acquired too many traumas and they're forced to retire, if you have all 4 boxes of stash filled up, your character is like, your character is a rich, wealthy, noble, who lives in a very nice house or maybe even an estate and has servants and all this other stuff. If your character retires and you don't even have the first box of stash, your character retires to the streets. Your character retires, to, like you don't retire. You basically are just a beggar on the streets. So there's this idea of that your wealth is sort of a reflection of how much ability and sort of wealth you have in society. And so there is definitely going to be an element that is developed where the higher your character's wealth level is, right? Like basically this is like kind of a sub-tangent. I want different people to have different objectives within this game. And we haven't talked about prestige yet. I don't even know if Bob mentioned prestige. Maybe Bob skipped prestige. Did Bob mention prestige? No, Bob included prestige. Great. Yes. Fantastic. All right. He didn't go too deep into it. That's okay. But one person's goal, and I definitely want to have this, is I want to know who the wealthiest person in town is. Your job, your goal as a PC might be like when the season ends, I want to be the character with the highest wealth score. And I think we should, maybe not weekly, but maybe like monthly, make sure we update a sort of a list. Maybe we do it weekly if we have enough, time to our hands. But I want to know who are the wealthiest citizens in the town. And so outside of anything else, I want people to have different objectives. And one person's objective might be like, I want to be really, really rich. I'm doing all this adventuring nonsense because I want to be really, really rich. I want to be the Scroogiest McDuck person in the game, and I want this wealth stat to sort of represent that. So that is what wealth represents. And the reason I really originally did this is because for two reasons. Number one, this is the exact same ratio that is used in Blades in the Dark. But the other one is it's very convenient. If you're like, dang, I need 5 gold pieces, then you know that you need to burn 5 wealth to get 5 gold pieces. If you're like, dang, I need 10 gold pieces, then you know that you need to burn 10 wealth in order to buy 10 gold pieces. In other words, if you want to know how much wealth something will cost, so if something costs 36 gold, you need 36 wealth to buy it, right? So now, obviously, if you're just converting gold into wealth, and then you're using the wealth to buy something, that's a very bad return on investment, and you shouldn't do that. So this is where we get into the meta element of how the game is supposed to work, which is that let's take Aelia, who is a merchant and potentially may even have her own ship. As Aelia sets up merchant contracts, delivery routes, caravan deliveries, starts shipping stuff back to the mainland, the reward for her accomplishing those projects is not going to be in gold pieces. It's going to be in wealth points. Because wealth is sort of the meta currency or the pseudo currency of the game, of the town, right? And not gold. Like, we could give her gold, but gold is for the adventurers. In town, we deal with wealth. So when she starts, so she might actually be able to accumulate dozens, if not hundreds of points of wealth, which she could convert into gold pieces if she wants, but realize that for the most part, she's going to want to keep her wealth where her wealth is, so that she could, if she cares about being, Miss Moneybags or whatever. But it's just easier that way because now you can just say, oh, how much does something cost? Oh, it costs the same number of gold pieces as the same number of wealth. So that is what wealth does. And that's the way that resource is supposed to work. Now, I did see some stuff here in chat. I know I'm kind of going off on a tangent here. Now, what we didn't talk about, so Aelia says, wait, so the whole game is about the accumulation of wealth just so you can retire without being miserable? Is Blades in the Dark just a capitalism simulator? Yes. And wait, it's even better, by the way. So, by the way, if you haven't really read deep into what John Harper is saying, he's saying this, keep in mind that the accumulation and attempting to get this wealth is inevitably going to end up with your character suffering endless trauma and stress, just like capitalism. So, yes, it's totally that. Yeah, well, influence, remember, is a resource that you spend, right? So adventurers can gain influence as they bring resources back to town. Do they start out poorly regarded, like Precedence 0 from Torchbearer? Yes, but what we have, so we're getting into the weeds here, but just good. This is good. So there is, it's not a resource technically, or at least it's not a resource yet, but it kind of is a resource. So there is something called prestige. And I spell this wrong every time. Prestige. I think I spelled it right. Nope. Yeah, I spelled it right? Come on, Bob, help me out here. Oh, there's no second E. See, I told you I spelled it wrong every time. Even though it's a great movie. Okay, I'm going to let you guys in on a little secret. You ready? Prestige. Prestige is just victory points. Prestige is victory points to our board game. So, prestige is how much of a hero of the town are you, right? How prestigious are you? How well loved and well regarded, and how, you know, this person is the talk of the town. This person is they get the key to the city, right? Prestige is very, very in your face, obvious popularity. Prestige, some projects will accumulate prestige. Okay. Copper Blint, I completely agree with you. Now, let me actually take a secondary note to this. Okay. Not everyone is going to care about prestige. Okay. And in fact, some paths are going to be very deliberately very low on prestige. For example, let's go back to Alia, our Wolfkin merchant. She may have set her own what's the word I'm looking for? She may have set her own mission of becoming the wealthiest character in the game. And she will maybe end up choosing projects, particularly personal projects, which benefit her greatly and maybe don't help out the town that much. Those kind of projects do not earn her prestige. On the other hand, okay, let's say there was a new project and it's going to be called like, it's going to be called the, Expand the Wharf project, okay? And this is going to allow, some sort of economical benefit to the town. It's going to have some mechanical benefits. It's going to make, ships cheaper. It's going to increase the, whatever. It's going to do something in the game, okay? Now, Alia might have a selfish reason for wanting to back this because she needs bigger wharfs in order to bring in her merchant fleet. She wants to bring in bigger ships. Right now, the paltry little docks and their 8-foot draft could never handle the kind of merchant vessels that she's looking to do business with. So this benefits her, but she might decide to take some of her prestigious amount of resources. She might choose to tap in to her supplies, her wealth, her knowledge, her influences, and start investing in this project. Well, this project would, amongst its other effects, the way a project is set up is, let's say that this project requires 50. Now, we never came up with a real official term for this. I don't know if did Bob come up with a term for it? Let's take a look here. He calls it a tick, but that's fine. This project might require 50, I'm going to call them bundles because that's what I think of them as. All right, 50 bundles to complete. All right, so once 50 bundles have been delivered to this project, the project will be complete. So what is the bundle for this project? Okay, the bundle for this project might be, let's see. Well, I think you would definitely need some supplies to expand the wharf. So we're going to say 2 supply. And you need some money. So we'll say 1 wealth. And, there's a fair amount of, maybe there's a small amount of knowledge that you need to do with it as well. So we'll say 1 knowledge. I'm just spitballing these. What this means is that if your character has 2 supply, 1 wealth, 1 knowledge, you can contribute 1 bundle of the 50 required, okay, in order to expand this wharf. If you have multiple supply, tons of wealth, and a bunch of knowledge, you could even give this thing multiple bundles. Now, when you deliver the bundle, okay, your character, now for this particular project, your character is going to be rewarded because this is a public project that benefits the town. Your character, in this case, is going to earn 7 PP, 7 prestige points. Now, again, secret Derek math. How did I come up with 7? That is the value of those resources, right? 2 supply is worth 2. 1 times 2. 1 wealth is worth 2, so 2 plus 2 is 4. And a knowledge is worth 3, so that's 7. So this project is worth 7 prestige points. So there may be projects that go above this baseline or below this baseline, depending on how, I don't know, prestigious that particular project is. Like if the project is, I don't know, defend the city from the rampaging undead horde, this same project might end up being 9 PP. So this is, it's kind of like, it's a little bit more glamorous because, you're getting a better rate. If you can think about it, it's a rate of exchange. So what this means, and I don't know why I put a greater than, but you get 7 PP. What this means is independent of whether or not this project finishes or not, your character gets a benefit of prestige points from contributing to this project. And the more that your character contributes to this project, the more prestige points that you get. Now, keep in mind, we're just talking about the town phase here. One of the things that I'm going to encourage GMs to do is when the party does something that would be famous or prestigious and would have a, if tales would be told, if they do something that's awesome, that's going to really help the town, right? If the heroes go off and do, I'm talking about the adventuring phase. If the heroes go off and do something completely self-serving, then the GM should say, and you guys earn no prestige points or a minimal prestige. On the other hand, if they take out the legendary Dread Pirate Roberts in an adventuring phase, who has been plaguing the lands of Stormhaven for all time, the GM should, I hope we would have guidelines, but the GM should absolutely be like, and each of you gains 30 PP or 50 PP or something, because that's legendary, and that's the kind of stuff that people will say, that makes you a hero, right? That's what heroes do. That's a very prestigious thing. So prestige points can absolutely be earned during the adventure phase, but it's going to depend on, what you're doing. So the PCs who focus on going and being big damn heroes might earn a lot of prestige points. And the PCs who are more interested in, going to an island so that they can cut down, rare wood to go craft, and they end up having a couple of random encounters that don't really matter or mean anything to the people back in Stormhaven, those people are not going to get any PP. I know. What's funny is that when I used to play Magic the Gathering, they were called Planeswalker points, and everyone called them PP, and we were all 5-year-olds as well. What do you do with these PP? These PP are just victory points. They really don't do it. Now, I might include some sort of, title or, some sort of cool cosmetic benefit when your character reaches certain thresholds of how much prestige points they have. But fundamentally, this is just a way of kind of understanding and recognizing, like, what is your character doing? And a character with a very high level of prestige points should be and will be recognized as being a character who has contributed a lot to the town. Now, that may not be your character's goal, and that's totally fine. And that's cool, right? So again, this is where we it matters and it doesn't matter at all, right? It's entirely up to you. You could play Dragontide and not give a single shit about any of these resources or any of these prestige points. You just want to go and play Dragonbane, and get your skills up. And you could totally do that. And you could be like, I don't care about the town. I don't care about getting a ship. I don't care about any of that. You could do that. And so prestige points are sort of a victory point system. Now, there's been some discussion, like, would you be able to spend prestige points or whatever? So those are the baseline resources. And we know how you acquire them on adventure. So what's missing is a way to create them, acquire them in town, and a way to what I'm calling convert them in town, and a way for players to have a way to increase their skills if they are strictly a town character. I brought this up to Bob, and he was like, oh, yeah, I forgot. You see, if we go back to the Dragontide board, or the Dragontide thing, and again, I don't know why this is. I don't know exactly how this is laid out. Because like the Stormhaven starting buildings is like randomly all the way up here. We have a weapon training hall where basically this building is designed for people who are just like pew 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 damage. I don't give a shit about town. This is basically a way for you to spend your downtime actions in order to try to potentially get some skill ups on your character sheet. But it's specifically for your weapon skills. Okay. But the problem is that there are a lot of skills on your Dragonbane character sheet that have nothing to do with your weapon skills. So we got all these skills right here: acrobatics, awareness, blah 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 blah. Now some of these, what we're calling, are more, town skilly than other ones. Okay. Correct. Right. And that is a problem. So we have finally arrived at last after an hour. I mean, to be fair, I was kind of, shooting the shit with you guys for a while about some of the ideas that I have and what I want to do for buildings. So an example. So we'll start with an example. This is just me spitballing. Okay. And part of it is for me to do two things. One is to give people interesting options that they can do in town. And the other one is for them to interesting options that they can do in town, have a way to acquire or convert resources, and what's the third thing? Acquire, convert resources. Oh, and use their skills in town in a meaningful way. So let's give an example. I don't know if this will be an actual book, but maybe it will. Maybe we'll design this together. Okay. So here's what I'm envisioning. Now, again, so we know what we're talking about. Actually, let me copy this because Bob copied this from me, which is good. So a template looks like this, okay, for a building. It has its name. There's a cost, a requirement, a limit, a skill or attribute role, a special, and an effect, okay? The name. This is just the name of the frickin' building, okay? No, let's not, read too much into that, all right? The cost. This is the cost the PC must pay in order to use this action space. An action space can have multiple costs. A PC must be able to pay all costs in order to use the action space. The most common costs are downtime actions. While 0 is possible, most spaces will cost 1 or more downtime actions. So one of the levers that we have is, right, where you can, how many actions does it cost? 2, resources. Some action spaces require a cost of resources to be paid in order to utilize the space. Other costs may be possible, and the action space will detail them. In other words, some spaces, in order to use them, you have to be able to, you have to pay a cost just to use the space. Requirement. Some action spaces may specify a certain requirement that a PC must meet in order to be able to utilize this space. So this is where it's not about paying a cost. Your character may have to have a certain title. They may have to have maybe they have to have a certain level of prestige points. Maybe they have to have, they have to be a certain profession. It could technically be anything, but it basically says if you don't meet this requirement, you don't get to use the space. So a cost is something that you pay. A requirement is something that you have to sort of, kind of show or have a proof of. Limit. This specifies, now part of the reason, so this is a tough thing for me. Part of the reason I struggle with this is because fundamentally it's not that I don't trust people. It's that I don't want to bother people, and I don't want people to have to pay attention. And yes, exactly, a prerequisite. Exactly. Exactly. It's a prerequisite in order to use it. I don't want to bother people, and I don't want to have to make it harder on people. And I'm thinking about the lowest common denominator. So the reason I say this is because one of the reasons why I got really caught up in all of this is because I was really trying really hard. Like I was trying to scratch my brain about like, how do I automate all of this? Like, how do I create like a bot in Discord that tracks all of this automatically? So the reason I bring this up is because one of the requirements, and we'll get into why this is an important requirement, is a limit. This specifies how many times per turn, which is a week, right? It's Monday to Sunday, that this action space can be utilized by a PC. So a space may be usable 3 times per week. Now, in a perfect world, Derek, I would have some sort of bot or something that would track that for you. And so that when you would go to try to use it a fourth time, it would say you can't use this space. Or you would be able to see on some sort of graphical representation, even if it's just like a simple list. This building has 1 of 3 remaining. Instead, we don't have that. So instead, you, the PC, have to be individually responsible for tracking in your, I guess, own personal log how many times you've used a building this week. So number one, it's tough for me because it puts trust and faith that the players are going to do it right. Not cheating, by the way. And that's a whole separate issue. I'm not even talking about cheating, but just people paying attention and reading and actually paying attention, which is, surprisingly one of the biggest problems that we have with these type of games. And I just don't want to get into a situation where somebody goes, oh, yeah, I used that. That was crazy. I got 7 things last week. And I'm like, yeah, and then I used it, and I traded it to a bunch of other people, and I go, 7? How'd you get 7? They're like, oh, I used that building 7 times. I go, that building has a limit of 2. And they're like, oh, what's a limit, right? So sometimes I put these things in place because I want to protect people from themselves. And, yeah, sure, cheaters too. But then the second thing is I just, that's a lot of extra headache and work for people to have to remember and all this other stuff. And, it is what it is. But in any case, so some buildings are going to have a limit, and that's how many times it can be used in a week. Then apparently that one that didn't get a that didn't need a bullet point apparently. I don't think I can edit this because I think Bob built it. And then there's skill attribute roll, okay, which some spaces after you activate it will require an action roll in order to come up with the effects. Special. This is any unique or particular, this is just basically catch all. If a space has some weird rules to it, they go here. And then lastly, the effect. So when you take the action, what happens? Like what is the actual effect of the action? Okay? So that is sort of how our structured format looks. So let's imagine thank you, Great Dini. I already put forward a town project proposal to build a sort of arts college where you can train charisma-based skills. Okay, cool. Very cool. So let's make something really simple here, okay? And again, we're thinking starting buildings. Now, again, there's a hierarchy here. So I'm mostly concerned with players having a way to access, oh, my thing shut off. Mostly having a way to access supply, wealth, and knowledge. But I also don't want them to be so free and easy and a joke to get that it, completely destroys the game, which is where those limits and those skill checks and all that other stuff comes out. So let's imagine a building that we're going to call the fishing pier. Now, one of my reasons is because people love fishing, but one of my reasons for mentioning this is because I know that Dragonbane specifically has a skill called hunting and fishing. And damn it, I want to use that skill, right? So we're going to use that skill. All right. So that's we'll worry about whatever the flavorful name is, but it's just the fishing pier, okay? So what's the cost? So that's the name. Let's do this the right way, okay? That's the name. Now, what's the cost? Well, the cost is going to be 1 downtime action. You got to spend time to go fishing. But now one of the things I love to do, I admit I am a sucker for flavor-based mechanics. So you guys are all very smart, so you'll get this, right? I like putting in costs and then not. This is like how Magic the Gathering does it. I like putting in costs and not explaining what it is, and just hoping that the thing itself is good enough for people to figure it out. So why does this have a cost of 1 supply to use this space? I'll see if anybody in chat can get it. Exactly. You need bait, right? You gotta come out there with your bait. Now, requirement. Does this action need a requirement? There is. I know there's a net. I think there's a net. There's a net in Forbidden Lands. Here we go. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to say that you need either a fishing rod or a fishing net. Wouldn't you agree? I think so. That makes sense to me. I mean, a bear trap and a snare? No. But a fishing rod or fishing net? So you have to have a fishing rod or a fishing net. Okay. Limit. Now, I am tempted not to limit this simply because this is kind of an already self-limiting action. There's no real abuse here that I could see happening. You have to spend a downtime action. You have to spend a supply. And theoretically, remember, it's totally irrelevant because it's not really diegetic in that sense. But a game week, which is Monday through Sunday, represents a month in the Dragontide game, like in terms of the actual passage of time. So, I mean, going fishing is, half a day activity, right? So there's no real reason why you wouldn't be able to spend multiple times about this. And I don't really particularly see this being something that could be completely abusable. So for right now, I'm going to say that the limit is unlimited. If someone wants to just spend their entire time fishing. Now, okay, so you just hit upon something that is extremely sad for me. And this goes way back to last year. So I'm going to read it for people who are just listening. Elia said, maybe there should be an overfishing clock that resets every so often. If it fills up, no one can fish anymore. I absolutely love that thing. The problem is I can only do it on a weekly basis because our game is asynchronous and I cannot punish people for, otherwise they're going to be, number one, I can't track it. But the other thing is like, I can't update it any faster than once a week. So basically, we could do that, but I cannot do it inside of a week because there might be somebody, a brand new mom, and they can only get on Saturday night, or Sunday night, and that's when they have to take all 10 or 12 of their downtime actions. And if they get fucked because a bunch of fucking neckbeard fucks come on at like Monday at midnight and start spamming all the actions, that ruins the whole game. In fact, I remember this is a debate I had with London over a year ago, when we were originally first talking about this, believe it or not. And he was very adamant, and he was right, which is you can't do that because you cannot punish people for not jumping on it and spamming it out. So I love that idea. Even though it is a lot of extra work, I love that idea. Now, Copper Blints, that is completely a reasonable assumption, which is that if the number of fishing actions reaches a certain level, then it might be unavailable, right? So, yeah, we can't have it cut out midweek. But what we could do is, like you said, in fact, actually, we'll get to it. I actually have, because I've thought about this, and I even have an idea for it, which is rather than having it be unavailable next week, we will have it with say it with me, a bane, right? It becomes more difficult, right? And we can just stack that up. So anyways, so people can make an unlimited number of things. Now, next is going to be the skill roll. And that's going to be hunting and fishing. Now, I should also note that we have a generic, now this is a baseline. This is not necessarily something that we're going to use every single time, but it's our baseline. And actually, let me bring up Bob's thing because this is our baseline. Okay, so this is the baseline is this. the baseline for projects and for everything is this pattern that you see on table. One of the things that we're very clear about is we want people to make progress most of the time, even when they fail. Because again, I'm going to promptly show this, and I'm probably going to ignore it. But one of the core ideas here is that even on a failure, you advance projects. Now, this is specifically for weapon training. So this is the idea of sort of like an incremental scale progress. But you get something on failure, it's just not as good. So, for example, if you're trying to work on training your skill, you need to complete a clock. If you get a demon, that's a critical failure, you lose a point of progress. If you fail, you still make progress. You could fail a bunch and eventually get progress. If you succeed, you get 2. And if you get a dragon, you get +4. So that's sort of our basis. Beowulf, that still punishes the mom who can only get it once a fortnight. Beowulf, that mom, unfortunately, will already be punished because downtime actions do not carry over to the following week. So the smallest increment that I can give people is 1 week. And if you cannot get on more than once a week, I cannot help you. That's basically what it comes down to, because you're going to lose your downtime actions regardless. Now, Darren offers a solution, which is why not introduce the Bane element on an individual player basis and not for the community as a whole? 2 reasons, Darren. Well, 3 reasons. Number 1, it's a lot more of a pain in the butt to track because remember, either we're assuming that we're going with the honor code, we're going with the honor status, because Bob and I are not going to be able to track the individual elements for each person for once there's a certain number of buildings. Number 2, it's phishing, so to a certain extent, it doesn't really make sense that it would only affect you and not affect other people. And 3, and perhaps most importantly, Darren, this is sort of the element of community gaming that we like, actually. I like that what other people are doing can affect what I am doing. And I think that is actually, I actually think that part of the game is actually really cool, to a certain extent. Exactly. There's a similar approach to that as well. So, anyways, you're going to make a skill roll. Now, special, this is where we might put in, this is where we might put in, the overfishing rule or clock or something like that. So, as an example of a special, let's take a look at the Storm Hall. This is where you can go to the weapon hall and train your weapon skill. Okay, so it takes a downtime action, right? 1 downtime action. You have to create a new clock that represents the amount of training that you need in order to raise your skill. The skill roll that you make is the skill that you're training. And again, this is only for weapon skills. But there's a special. You can hire a trainer. If you spend, now normally the cost for this is just 1 downtime action. That's it. But if you hire a trainer, you can spend 1 wealth and you get a boon to this skill roll. You can also do intense study and spend a knowledge and gain a boon to your skill roll. Yes, this means when you take this action, if you spend a wealth and a knowledge, you would get 2 boons to your skill roll. But you don't have to. This is a special option that is unique to this particular action. Then you make your skill check, and depending on what you get, you either get -1 progress, +1 progress, +2 progress, or +4 progress. So if your character is very wealthy and very knowledgeable, they will be able to train better than people who are not. They're going to get more successes and more dragons, and they're going to get much less failures and probably no demons. I mean, you'd be pretty unlucky to get a demon at that point. What, 1 in 8,000? But that's because they're investing in their training, right? So that's an example of how what a special might look like. So, for example, I don't know that we would do this, but we could say like, if your character has now. There's not a whole lot of difference between the 2 of these, but we could say that if your character has a fishing net instead of a fishing rod, that you get a boon to your roll. Or maybe a fishing rod gives you a bane, but a fishing net doesn't. A fishing net is just a standard roll or something like that, right? Or we could, there's a couple different ways that we could see this, but we can come back to that. Special is a way that we can really kind of customize the action and secretly between you and me. It's not secretly. That's otherwise I wouldn't be fucking saying it. It's a way for me to give the player more choices, and that's really neat for me because what I want players to do is I want people to sit there and I don't want this to take 2 hours. I mean, I my dream, this would be like this cool little mini game that you would engage in. But, I want the player to have to be like, sit there and go, should I do this? Should I do that? Should I spend the wealth? How much resources do I have? Can I afford that? Should I spend that? I don't know, And think about it. That's all. So let's right now skip special, and then let's get to effect. Now, right off the bat, we have, so it's a skill roll. So that means we are either going to, do we have a standard way of doing this, Bob? Okay, so it's demon, failure, success, dragon. Okay, so we have demon, 1, failure, success, and I wrote 20. Okay. Now, some of this is diegetic, right? But the idea of this action is that you are risking a supply in order to go fishing. So the risk is that if you fail, right, you get, do we have like we gain, what did we say? Gain nothing? I don't know if Bob even wrote that. Failure, like no effect. We can write that better, but okay. Now, if you succeed, right, because think about the normal thing, like if we did like the normal progress, like it's not, because this isn't a progress clock, so this doesn't really make any sense. But also, too, remember, you're putting up a supply, right? So it should be better than this base pattern, because the idea of this is a risky thing. You're risking your fish, your lure, in order to go fishing. So my initial thought here is something like, if you fail, you get 0 supply. But if you succeed, okay, you might get like, I don't know, maybe 3 supply. And if you roll a dragon, you maybe get 5 supply. And so you get 5 supply, and I don't know how to exactly write this. Not that it matters, because this is just a fucking thing. 5 supply, and you get to make an advancement roll on hunting and fishing. And if you roll a demon, you get 0 supply, and your rod or net breaks. And so basically, by going fishing, you are risking, right, your supply in order to potentially gain a lot more supply, right? Because potentially you're going to turn 1 supply into 3 supply. We could also do something here with the special. This is what I was getting at. We could say something like, net bonus, right? +1 supply if you succeed or dragon. Right? So like if you have a net, it doesn't give you a boon, which might be too much. But if you have a net, you get 4 supply or 6 supply. If we want to do something fluffy bullshit, which some of you may be about, we could also have on a dragon, which is roll on the rare catch table. And we could make a D20 roll that you make, and it's just, you know, like the idea is that when you normally catch fish, you're just catching, you know, I don't know, you know, you're catching perch, you're catching walleye, you're catching bait fish, you know, sunfish, you know, you're just catching fish off the dock, you know, and this introduces a Pokemon aspect to it, right? A collectible fish, exactly. Now you still get the supply, but you maybe get a rare catch, and this is where I'm getting it. Roll on the rare catch table. Now that rare catch table, right, might look like this, right? And we might roll a d20 and whatever, 13, 14, 20. And you roll on the d20 table, and it'll have some name, you know, like the silver leaf perch. And then that might have a little bit of an additional benefit. Like you might gain prestige points because you caught a silver leaf, you know, a silver fin perch. Or you might gain, you know, I don't know, some sort of silly little mechanical bonus because you caught this rare fish. And, you know, this becomes another goal that some player might have, which is by the end of the season, I want to have caught all the fish, you know, I want to have caught all of this thing, you know, something like that. Now, how do we, now this is Derek. This is why nothing gets done, because I know what you're thinking already, right? No. You roll on the rare catch table with 2 Banes. Okay? And now we can put like uncommon fish at 20, 19, 18, 17. And then we can put the fucking superest, rarest fucking fish of all time at the 1 spot. Now you might say, Derek, no one will ever get that. That's a 1 in 8,000 catch. And that you have to crit first and then get the 1 in 8,000 catch. That's right. Until some crafter, right, goes and they work with some other people and they make, I'm finding the wood list, you know, somebody goes to some crazy magical island and they harvest, they harvest some spirit wood, right, which is the mythical wood, and they make a spirit wood fishing rod, okay? And what effect does the spirit wood fishing rod have? Well, the spirit wood fishing rod gives you 3 boons, okay, to the catch table, which would not only cancel out the 2 Banes, but give you a full boon. So now with the mythical fishing rod, you could go maybe catch the rarest fish. Does that sound stupid to you? Maybe, but I'm willing to bet that if we actually did have a player population of, let's say, 100 or 150, we would get more than 1 or 2 or 3 people who would be like, my entire I go adventuring just so that I can beat the fish game. Just so I could be the person who, yeah, exactly. It sounds stupid and fun. And the reason that something like this exists, loading. Here we go. Mirth and mayhem. Right? Mirth and mayhem. That's what this game's about. This game is about stupid and fun. But this is an example of how I make just a single action into this kind of this whole subsystem. And, you know, and again, there's nothing here now. Now, I heard somebody say this, 20 has to be like an old boot. Yeah, that's totally great. Dan, I love that. If you're the first person to catch a rare fish, you know, you get to maybe you get to, or at the very least, we can have like the angler table, right? The angler leaderboard or something like that. So an example of this, Cinnabos. So Cinnabos is talking about special, right? So we could also have a thing here where in the special phase we could have, so remember, like we showed you here in the town phase, or for the Stormhaven Hall, right? It's a skill check, but you can hire a trainer or you can do intense study, right? And you can spend wealth, you could spend knowledge. So we could have things like here in the special, we could have a thing where it's like, it's called, we'll call it this. We'll call it this. Secret spot. Okay? Spend 1 knowledge to gain a boon on the skill roll. Right? So like you could have an what it breaks down to is, do you want to spend a knowledge to gain a boon on the skill roll or not? But we call it secret spot. It has a little bit of fun knowledge to it, a fun description to it. And if somebody wants to, they can invest their character. They went adventuring. Now remember, this is the advantage, or and it might cause disassociation. But remember, your adventurer may have acquired a ton of knowledge because earlier this week they were exploring some ancient underwater temple and discovered some ancient stone hieroglyphics that talk about the origin of the merfolk, or the origin of the merfolk people, and the GM decided to award you with 8 knowledge. And the reason why we do that specifically is because I don't want that GM to control what the player then goes and does. That's fine in your own personal campaign, but a lot of times what ends up happening is the GM's rewards only become useful for that GM's adventure. And that sort of locks you in to that GM's future adventures. Otherwise, the reward is pointless. So I am encouraging GMs to sort of genericize their rewards. Now, they can still give you stuff, obviously, and they can still, they can kind of do whatever they want in the context of their island and their adventure path. They could totally give you a book, which is a book thing about this. But what you do with that knowledge is entirely up to you. And for you, it might be the secret spot. Or it could be... It could be building a wharf, right? How you want to spend your knowledge, how you want to spend your supply is entirely up to you. So we got our fishing table, we got our rare catch table. You're risking a supply, but if you have if you have a fishing net and you succeed, you're going to get 4 supply. So from a numerical standpoint, you started with 1 point of supply, you then spent it, and then potentially you gained 4. So you went from 1 to now you have 4. So you gained 3 supply. So you went from having 1 point of resources to 4 points of resources. So that was a pretty effective downtime action. And one of the things that you're going to want to do if you want to beat the town game is figure out how, with your character, what are some of the more efficient actions that you could take. For example, if your character is bad at hunting and fishing, this action's not going to be very good for you. Now, that doesn't mean you can't do it, but this action is going to be better the better you are at hunting and fishing, at converting supply into more supply. And again, in our mindset, that supply represents both the bait, but also, the haul of fish that you have brought out of the water, and now you have access to this supply of fish, which you could then go. And yes, I know it doesn't make any sense, but you could then go and spend it to build the wharf with that supply that you made, because it's just generic. Yes, technically it is it's a cooler full of it's a stringer full of fish, but for our purposes we just treat it like supply. And it's fungible and you can just use it wherever you want. And this way we don't have to actually track individual fish units. Hell, even Dragonbane itself kind of does that, because when you do go fish, right, it converts it into rations of food, right? So that's an example of one that would generate resources. Okay, so that's one type of building that I want. And I want to have a couple options for different characters from different skill sets and different skill places. So that's what I call this is one that I call an acquire or a generator building, right? It turns something into nothing, basically, right? Or nothing into something, I should say. So let's try a different one. This is another one that I've been thinking about adding. It's not a building, but it's still a town action, right? Okay. So we've got fishing pier, right? This is our fishing pier. All right, next, let's bring this down here so I can know what we're doing. What up, by the way, all 41 of you that are watching this thing? All right, so our next one, and again, feel free to help me out with cool names or whatever. The next one's going to be called pickpocketing. Okay. The cost is going to be 1 downtime action. The requirements, I don't know if it has any requirements. The limit, I don't know if there's going to be any limits. We'll get to that in a second, but maybe. The skill roll is going to be, where is it called? What's it called? Sleight of hand. All right. Ooh, actually, great question. What do you think, folks? Should it be sleight of hand or should it be sneaking? Probably sleight of hand, I would imagine, right? Oh, copper blint. The whole roll is going to be, okay. So it's going to be sleight of hand. Okay, cool. All right, we all agree sleight of hand. Special. There may be some items for special, so we'll get to that in a second. Now, this is what I'm thinking. Effect. This is just a generic thought process here. Okay, so we've got our demon. We've got failure. We've got success. And we've got dragon. Now, some of this has to be, figuring out certain elements and stuff like that. So let me just spitball because I had some of this written out, but I don't know what happened to it. I don't know if Bob overwrote it when he wrote his thing, or I don't know if I never just got anything. Now, remember, the relative value of wealth is 2. Okay, so 2 wealth is worth 4 supply. Is a way to think about it. Okay. So remember, if we had a really, we spent a resource to gain, right, to gain supply. So wealth is a more valuable resource, okay? So let's imagine for a moment that when you succeed, you get +2 wealth. And when you critically succeed, you get +4 wealth. So that is very nice. Right? In effect, this is way better than fishing. Right? Now, here's the downside. If you fail, again, we have to, I don't know what term we should put for this. I don't know if we should say +0 wealth or gain nothing or something like that, but you gain nothing. Right? You went out. Now, again, we could tweak this. I'm just thinking about this. Now, what happens if we roll a demon? What if we get critically hit? Well, in that case, you're caught. Okay? You lose D6 downtime actions and D6 prestige points. Right? So you lose D6 downtime actions and D6 prestige points. Basically, you got caught. And you go to jail, and your reputation suffers, right? Now, these numbers could be sort of, these numbers could be sort of tweaked around. We could, for example, have a special thing if your prestige would go below 0. Right? So we could have a special thing if you get caught and your prestige goes below 0. But here's where the special is. Gain 1 Bane for each previous pickpocketing action this week. So the first pickpocketing is kind of a free roll, right? Because even if you fail, you just gain nothing. You wasted your downtime action. But if you succeed or critically succeed, you get a shitload of money. But that second pickpocketing, now you have a Bane. That third pickpocketing, now you have 2 Banes. If that fourth pickpocketing, now you have, right? And so with each Bane, we become more likely to get caught, right? So pigs get fed, hogs get slaughtered. But if a character was really good at sleight of hand, they might be able to pickpocket a lot, okay? And they might avoid the worst part of this. And we could, again, I'm just literally pulling these numbers kind of sort of speaking out of my ass. But fundamentally, this is kind of the play pattern that I want. And somebody mentioned, it was Copper, pickpocketing should have a push your luck mechanism. I completely agree, and I think that's what it is, right? The allure to pickpocket is very high because this is going to be a very nice action. But once you do it once, you're like, well, my pickpocketing's pretty good. I could probably do it again, right? And so I want this action to sort of be something that tempts people, right, to keep going back to it. I should also say that if you roll a dragon, you can roll advancement on sleight of hand. So, yeah, I mean, if you become like a legendary criminal, shout out to you. But I'm also going to say, now, this isn't necessarily tied into this action, but as a GM overlord, as a council member, if I see that there's a bunch of people and everybody's taking pickpocketing actions, you bet your ass I'm going to create a new town event. I'm going to create a new problem. It's going to be called Crime Wave, right? And I'm going to create a new problem for the city, right? Again, like the actions that people are taking in town, especially something like this lockpicking or a pickpocketing action, right, could influence the next week or the next season's set of dilemmas instead of clocks. Now, obviously, our dragon here isn't as cool or fun as it was with our fishing. Not everything has to be fair. I think this is an example of kind of like where I want to have like this its own sort of self-contained mini game. Now, in a perfect world, I would have a cool Discord bot that would track all this for you, and you wouldn't have to do it. Unfortunately, we don't have that, and we didn't want to invest the money or the time into a game that, quite frankly, probably is not going to be as popular as Northern Reaches. I understand that, and even Northern Reaches, is only, 60, 70 players. So it's pretty tough to, be like, hey, let's hire a developer to build a bot for us, right? Exactly, Sweet Threat. Exactly. Yep, that's exactly right. So, one of the ideas that I have for now, this is because I think the people playing Dragonbane are going to be a little bit different. But one of the core assumptions for, say, Dagger Reaches, if we do Daggerheart, is that the characters are all fundamentally heroes. And for the most part, we kind of believe in that in Northern Reaches. I don't know that that's true in Dragontide. In Dragontide, this is kind of a rough and tumble, Tortuga, Pirates of the Caribbean, right? Outskirt, frontier town, kind of anything goes. And I don't want to say it's a more mature game, but it's a game where I'm not as worried about like things going off the rails. And while I'm going to avoid people like, being in like direct competition with one another, I don't mind that, that certain things are going to cause potentially certain problems. Yeah, well, see, Zombo, the problem there is, again, everything in this game is asynchronous, so we can't do stuff like that because no one's monitoring this, right? Like, there's no GM, Zombo. You are playing all this game by yourself in the Discord. You're logging your roles in our public role table so that if people need to audit you or question your actions, they can go and look at it. But for the most part, we work on the honor system. We occasionally do an audit just to make sure that people are kind of doing things right, but it is kind of based on the honor system. That's sweet. That's awesome, Copperblin. I think that's a great idea. And Ayla got it completely right. I don't know. I've heard of like D&D mega games that have like 2, 3, 4, 500 people or something like that. I've heard about that. So I guess maybe I don't have that sense of perspective, I suppose. So that might be how pickpocketing works. So the last one I want to talk about, and again, this is just an example of like the kind of buildings I want to put something now. To be clear, some of these buildings and some of these actions I want players to build, and they do this through town projects. That is what the town project building does. The town project creates a new location potentially for people in town to use. All right. And everybody in town can work on it. The difference, a personal project is a advancement or a building or a whatever that is just for you, and other people can't use it. All right. That's the difference between a town project and a personal project. A personal project is something for you, and a town project is something for the whole town. Personal projects will almost, without exception, not give you prestige points. They might help you a lot, but they will not help. You're not going to gain prestige points. Town projects will generate prestige points, generally. So, I want to have a couple now. I'm not pointing any fingers at this, but like when Bob originally had written down some of these, it was just stuff like make a check, gain 2 wealth. If you fail, gain 1 wealth. If you critically fail, lose 1 wealth. I just want it to be more interesting than that. Now, I'm not trying to say that this is like the coolest game design of all time. It's not. But this might take you a few minutes, and you might have to make a cool couple fun choices, and you might be excited about rolling on your rare catching fish channel. And then, after you fish, you might be thinking about like, oh, should I fish again, or should I go and do something else? Should I go pickpocket or whatever? I think having to make a couple of those decisions adds up, hopefully, to about an hour, maybe 90 minutes of time per week. And for this being just the sub game, the sort of town game, if people are mostly playing in town, it's because they don't have a lot of time. If they had more time, they'd probably be going out adventuring, and they'd probably be going and doing, 3 or 4 or 5 hours with Bob and going out to mysterious islands and doing all that. Part of the thing with the town is people who are really focusing on town don't have access to that. So those are both examples of acquisition actions, right, where you acquire wealth. So now let me show you an example of what I call a conversion or an exchange or a trading building. So this I'm still playing around with. So we're going to call this name. And I'm just going to call this, let's see. I'm just trying to think of something very basic here. Like dockside trade. Okay. The cost is 1 downtime action. Limit is unlimited. Requirement is, you know, I don't know. Docks are open. Skill roll will be probably bartering. Yeah, bartering. With bartering. We'll get to special in a second. There may be a special, but I gotta think about it first. All right, so the effect. You can trade and I'm kind of just sort of feeling this out a little bit. You can trade, let's pick a good number here. Now this is where ratios come in, all right? So you can trade, we'll just start here. We'll say this. You can trade 3 supply to 2 wealth. Now, on a relative basis, supply, now remember I say relative because for some people, they might need supply, but on a rarity and an exchange basis, this is why these numbers are important. Supply is worth 1. So 3 supply is worth 3. Wealth is worth 2. So 2 wealth is worth 4. So this is a valuable trade. You are trading up, right? You are converting random buckets of fish, used equipment from adventuring, whatever, you know, the supply resource, and you're converting it into wealth. Now, the reason why I bring up this ratio is because obviously, if we were to trade, so this is basically a ratio of 3 to 4. But you could imagine that we might have one that, now obviously wealth is worth 2, so we can't make it to 5 because that half wealth doesn't exist. But you could imagine a world where we traded 3 for 6, which is basically with wealth, right? It would be 3 for 3, which is the same thing as saying 1 for 1. So in this case, the ratio is 3/4, but there's a world where the players might upgrade this building. They might upgrade this action, and they might trade now at a better trade rate. So now they're trading 1 for 1 instead of 3 for 4. Now remember, it's actually 3 for 2, so it's actually 1 for 2. But I don't know if that made any sense. Let me rephrase it. This building might be 3 supply to generate 2 wealth. That has a relative value of 3 becoming 4. But if you upgraded it, it could be something like 1 supply, which is worth 1, becoming 1 wealth, which is worth 2. Now, that is a significant upgrade because here you are gaining 25% value. Here you are gaining 100% value. You understand? Now, you can trade. Why the skill roll then? Because we have a demon, 20, failure, success. And I wrote into my own space. No, Derek. And ouch. I hurt myself on the edge of my thing. And dragon. Okay. I'm trying to think of the best way. Well, I mean, I would have to actually spend a lot of time with this. Trade up to 3 times. Trade up to 1 time. Trade up to 5 times. No trade. Or something like that. I don't know. I'm just spitting this ball. But basically, when you make your bartering check, the bartering check will determine how many times you can trade 3 supply for 2 wealth in this action. Right? You're spending 1 action. So if you're a really good barterer and you come in here and you're expecting to roll a success, okay? Also roll for advancement. You could make this trade up to 3 times. You could do it 0, 1, 2, or 3. So if your character came in here with 9 supply, right, and you rolled a success, you could convert 9 of that supply into 6 wealth. If your character had 18 supply and you rolled a success, you could only convert 9 of that supply into 6 wealth. You would then have to take the action again, succeed again, and then again roll, and then you could trade 3 supply for 2 wealth. So this is an example of where the trade itself is static, but what changes on your success is how many times that you can do it. And even on a failure, you still get to trade just once, right? You still found somebody to take your bucket of fish. Only on a demon, a critical failure, are you unable to trade. And I added this ban from the action for the week. To be honest with you, we might not even need that. The fact that you just wasted the downtime action might be enough. I mean, we do have I mean, it's basic conversion math, really, honestly. We have a certain amount of, point values that we assign to these things, and we can just kind of convert on that level or that basis alone, right? Like, for example, you could imagine that there might be something called, there might be an action called, I don't know, library research, right? And it lets you convert 1 supply, or hell, we'll say 2 supply. Now, that is a fucking horrible looking 2. 2 supply plus 1 wealth, which we know has a relative value of 2 plus 2 is 4. And we let that convert into, well, if we let that convert into 1 knowledge, that would be shitty. We would be losing. So we'll convert this into 2 knowledge. So this is 4, and this has a relative value of 6. So this is a 50% increase in perceived value of the value of your resources by doing this trade, right? Because knowledge is more valuable than supply or wealth, and you are converting lesser resources into a more valuable resource at a favorable exchange rate. That's why you're taking the action. That's why you're taking the time. Whereas a shitty building, might just convert it 1-to-1, right? Which is, or not 1-to-1, but relative value. So 1 supply plus 1 wealth into 1 knowledge, right? You're converting 3 into 3. Now that still might have some value because you might need a way to get knowledge, but you're not gaining anything. Part of the idea of this game, this mini game, this town game, is that players will figure out what buildings are good for their character to work on. It'll also give them something for them to focus on with their project actions. Like, for example, maybe somebody wants to improve dockside trade. Maybe that's what that building a wharf does, you know? Right? By expanding the wharf, you improve the dockside trade. Conversion should always have a loss. No, Dan, that's completely opposite. That's not even remotely close to how businesses work. I would hope you're not running your business at a loss. Derek's data scientist must be having fun. No, this is not about data science. This is just basic board game. Basically, this is just basic board game design. There's a million, trillion, bajillion board games out here that basically do this under the table. Fantastic, Aldark. Well, that's a good enough reason for doing that. So this is an example of a conversion building, right? So this lets somebody with a bunch of supply convert it into wealth. Your ability to do that is based off of your ability to barter. Yep. So, right, Dan. But if I'm selling goods and trading them to the dock, I don't think I would lose money there. I mean, I think that's a little bit more complicated than we are ready to accept right now, Zombol. But I love the idea of it. I love the idea of a limited time building. You know, something that only appears for maybe like a month of real time play or something like that. Exactly, it's upgrading a paperclip to a house eventually. And so what the characters who have a lot of downtime actions are going to be able to do is they are going to be able to use this combination of buildings to be able to convert basically almost anything into everything. And then they can basically use the building. Now, also remember, I said relative value, okay? Because there may also be what I'll call downgrade actions, okay? So consider this. So that's dockside trade, right? So imagine this. Name. A bulk wholesaler. Bulk wholesale, okay? I'm kidding here, but I mean, sort of, but not really. I mean, this is the kind of action we also need. So whatever, limit, it's unlimited. The requirement is whatever, the skill roll, it's still probably bartering. I can see bartering getting used a lot for this type of stuff, potentially. And then I have all my extra things here. Let's move that down. Okay, what does this do? Effect. This trades 1 wealth for, which we know has a relative value of 2. And we're trading it for 4 supply. Okay? We're taking our money and we're buying bulk fish. You know those people who buy like the Amazon returns and then they inevitably set up some sort of like small business and then they're telling you about all these crazy deals that you can get and they're on your Facebook and they're always asking you to join their page? That's what you're doing here. Okay, so you can now trade wealth and then of course you still make the trade and if you fail, you can do this once. If you fail, you can do it 1x. If you demon, you can do it 0x. If you succeed, you can do it 3x. And if you dragon, you can do it 5x. So a merchant comes in and they use their wealth and they barter and they convert 1 wealth into 12 supply. All right, because they went and bought wholesale, right? Now, they are converting a more quote-unquote valuable resource, wealth, into a less valuable resource. But remember, these things do have a optional value, right? So they could go buy bulk. So imagine this. This is the point of what this is. Okay, this is actually the mini game. Okay, watch. My character has 4 wealth. Okay, 4 wealth. I go to the bulk wholesaler. I spend one of my downtime actions. I make a bartering action. I succeed. I can convert up to 3 wealth into 12 supply. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to convert 3 wealth. Whoa, stop being such a fucking hoe. All right. So my wealth goes down to 1, and my, oh God, this is horrible. It's almost like spreadsheets exist for a reason. Okay, so my supply goes to 12, my wealth goes to 1. So I have just bought a bunch of, and this is a deep cut, I have just bought a bunch of packets of yamak sauce, okay, or self-sealing stem bolts, if you prefer, okay. So I started with, by the way, just remember, I started with 4 wealth. All right. So then, after converting my wealth into supply, I now go over to the dockside trader. And I'm going to engage in some dockside trade. And I succeed on my bartering. And now I can convert 3 supply to 2 wealth, and I can do that up to 3 times. So I can convert 9 supply, so 12 becomes 3, and I can convert that into 6 wealth. So now I have 7 wealth. So I started with 4 wealth, and now I have supply and wealth, and I have a lot more wealth. So I started with a relative value of 8, and now I've ended with a relative value of 7 times 2 is 14, plus 3 is 17, right? So I have now created my own self-sustaining resource loop by chaining together different actions that I can use, right? Now, the other thing to remember is there might be a project, okay, which is like, let's just pretend for a moment that, I don't know, for some odd reason, a gigantic pit opened up in the middle of town or something like that, right? Like, like some demon crawled its way out. So there might be a project, a town project that is called Fill the Fucking Pit, right? Fill the pit. And it needs 100 bundles to be completed. And what is a bundle? Well, it doesn't cost wealth, and it doesn't cost knowledge. It just calls, yes, it is a Parks and Rec reference. The bundle takes 5 supply. That's what a bundle is. And as a result of that, now normally supply is worth 1. This should be worth 5 prestige points. But I'm actually going to make this worth 7 prestige points because this is a very nasty, ugly eyesore, and I want to encourage players to engage in this. This is going to really help it. So this means that the town needs to come up with 500 supply. Well, how can we possibly do that? Simple. Go over to your bulk wholesaler and convert all your wealth into supply. Now you're just buying bulk aggregate concrete. You're bringing them in giant cartloads and filling in the thing. So that might be a project. And so you might have all these very quote unquote valuable resources, and you might also need a way to sort of downgrade them. But what the bulk wholesaler allows you to do is do it at a favorable ratio. So Copperblend, I think you missed that, but what you do with the resources, and Copperblend, pardon me, are you playing Northern Reaches? I don't know. You can get Mouse Rat to perform. We were all in the pit. We were all standing in the pit. I don't even remember the lyrics to that song. I'll probably get a copyright claim for this. Here we go.
Pit. I wasn't in the pit. You were in the pit. We all were in the pit. The pit.
right. So, anyways, fill it. Are you insane? Let's prospect it for precious metals. Absolutely. It's like watching demonetization in real time. Yes, absolutely. Still behind. Pickpocket should be +1 wealth and +2 on a dragon, not +2/+4. Also, you should lose wealth on a bane too. All right. Hardrick, it is exceptionally influenced by Century Spice Road. You got it. That is one of the Century Spice Road, Splendor, Kalis, and what's the fourth game? Those were like the 3 or 4 games that were really inspirational to this system. So, Century Spice Road in particular. Same basic idea, Hardrick. All the like Lords of Waterdeep, but Lords of Waterdeep mostly, but like any sort of worker placement game, but Lords of Waterdeep in particular. So, yeah. Hold on one second. I'll be right back. There we go. You know we're rocking the big box. It's a great game, and it does resource arbitrage very well. So, anyways, I just want to point that out. So yeah, totally inspired by those type of games. Lords of Waterdeep, Century, Kalis. Yeah. Anyways. Anyways, so that is the kind of thing. Now, these are cool, sexy actions. Okay. I also want to make sure that we have some actions that may be, just sort of like for bare minimum people. So, for example, we could have something called like, day laborer. And it could just be as simple as you get +1 supply for 1 downtime action, right? There's no check. You can just take it and you gain it. You gain a supply. Like if you really need it and you have no skills that are of any use in town, you could just take this action and you gain a supply, right? It's the most basic, fundamental, basic bitch resource, and it basically represents them. Just you work and you come up with that, something like that. The other thing is too, is I want to make sure that we're looking at the skill lists. All right, we're looking at the skills that maybe aren't as like not as useful in an adventure. Now, like I'm not saying that there couldn't be in acrobatics, but I'm not as concerned about acrobatics in the initial buildings. Someone might build a fucking circus. Okay, I'm not saying that they won't build a circus, and they could build a trapeze act, and your character could go perform in the fucking trapeze. I don't fucking know. And Bob is running this game. Anything is fucking, on the docket. But in particular, I think things like, some of the things like bluffing, beast lore, bushcraft, even crafting to a certain extent, maybe healing, hunting and fishing, languages, myths and legends, performance, persuasion, possibly riding, seamanship for sure, sleight of hand, swimming. So some of these skills that maybe don't quite come up as often. I know bushcraft comes up all the time, but could be an example. And there's also fun ways to make things to sort of give them a different flavor. So, for example, we showed how picking pocket can generate a good amount of wealth, but it comes with a risk. But you could also imagine that there might be an action called like, I don't know, busking. Okay, I don't really, whatever. We could come up with a better term for it, right? But call it busking. And, the cost is 1 downtime action, of course. And the skill is performance. Okay. And, on a demon, you gain you gain no wealth. On a failure, you get 1 supply. On a success, you gain 1 wealth. And on a dragon, you gain 3 wealth and 1 influence. So you can kind of see now. Of course, I'm curious. Like again, remember how I talked about how like mechanics inform flavor? So I'm curious if anybody can tell me or break down like what I'm imagining for these 4 success level criteria and why I picked 0 wealth, right? 0 wealth, 0 supply. You don't get anything when you demon. Failure, whatever. What was my sort of thought process there? I am going to crack into this Diet Mountain Dew. Really, when I ask you guys to do this, is because I'm thirsty and I want to drink. All right. So basically, my idea here is that like if you fail, like this is the equivalent of them giving you being like, "Hey, buddy, can I buy you a sandwich?" like they're not really giving you money. They're just like they're giving you enough to like meet, make ends meet. They're just giving you a little bit of like, "Hey, buddy, here, let me buy you a sandwich." You suck. You get 1 supply, but it's not great. And if you succeed, you get a little bit of money. It's good. It's not pickpocketing good, but you made a little money. But the allure of this action is that if you do manage to roll a dragon, not only do you gain wealth, but you even gain this really nice special influence. So this is one of those. This is one of those skills that is plus advancement roll. This is one of those maybe actions which is very skewed towards the high end. Like the dragon is really sexy. It's really hot. Because again, 3 wealth technically has a value of 6, and influence has a value of 4. So this is actually plus 10, right, on a roll of a dragon. So that's a really nice result, right? The result of lock picking is only a plus 8, and with lock picking, you risk going to jail. So when you busk, there's no risk of going to jail. So you're getting this really good thing, yeah, right? You got internet famous. But this is also kind of like this kind of cool way to be like, yeah, you had a really cool, famous performance. And, you could totally, because remember, yeah, we could do that, right? That spamming it continues to give you Bane. I don't hate that, Zombol. In fact, actually, you know what? How about this, Zombol? How about this? Failure, +1 Bane for future attempts this week. And I would say that's true for this one too, right? If you're successful, if you're actually good, if the music's nice, people don't mind. But if you suck, you get a Bane. Because they're just getting more. So when you fail, that's when you get the Bane, right? You don't fail. You don't get the Bane if you get a success. You only get a Bane if you get a failure, because you suck. But if you're good, they're like, yeah, keep playing, man. Then you're great. You sound good. So yeah, we can explore some of these, other skills. Now, we don't have to have something for every single skill. That's not a requirement. In fact, one of the things I expect players will do, especially if players themselves have a particularly, for whatever reason, maybe because of the randomness of fate, a character ends up with a really high healing, skill, and they're like, hey, how can I make a building that really takes advantage of my high healing skill, and how can we utilize that? So what I want to do is I want to have something like I don't know exactly what the number is. I want to have something like 5 to 7 buildings that create resource, like our fishing or our lock picking, and then maybe like to start, and then something like 3 to 5 trading buildings, to give people some opportunity. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 8 to 12 basic buildings on top of, like, again, the Constitution. We've got our provisions in the Constitution for the most core basic. Now we need our 10 amendments, right? We need our first 10 amendments. We need our Bill of Rights, because we need to give the players a starting bevy of buildings so that they can actually use their resources, or if they're a town character, they can actually start generating resources in order to actually play the game. So I'm not saying that's an oversight on Bob's behalf. Quite frankly, I'm sure Bob wasn't even, to be fair, I don't think Bob cares about this. I think Bob just wants to play Dragonbane, and he would be completely fine if the town phase was like non-existent and he just wants to play Dragonbane. But one of the premises I felt bad about when I originally started talking about Dragonbane, Dragontide, I said, I want to create something that people who want to be involved with the community game but will have very little opportunity to play in a regular 4 to 5 hour VTT styled with a GM, 4 to 5 other players, scheduled in advance, and just won't be able to do that. I wanted to create an asynchronous game that they could play and engage with kind of on their own. And I say kind of on their own because, yes, you could theoretically play this completely on your own. But most of the time, I think, you're going to be engaging with the other players. You're going to be doing that free play part where you're talking to them. You're in chat, in Discord, maybe at work, maybe on the toilet, maybe at home while the kids are, while the baby's asleep or whatever. And you're going to be talking like, hey, I just generated a bunch of supply. I'm not sure which project we should work on. Like, what are you guys thinking? Like, what are the top priorities? Where should we spend? So there's going to be like this back and forth, an opportunity to to role play and to do all that other stuff. But there's also going to be this sort of town element where hopefully this can, if your character, so, when we look at the Dragontide character, if your character has, let's say a 13 to 15 charisma, you're going to have 6 DTAs, and let's say you have 13 to 16 intelligence, this is what I would consider to be a pretty solid town character. You're going to have somewhere between, 8 to 9 downtime actions per week. So if each of those downtime actions takes you, 5 minutes, to maybe go through, you're looking at about an hour's worth of play. And I think that's really, really good. That is an incredibly important question, Copperblint. And the answer is, I think it's going to have to be yes. Technically, that building doesn't exist. I don't think. Unless Bob made it. I know he put something in here about trading with other characters. And I don't know what rule. This is one of those situations where I don't even know what Bob did. But I am kind of torn about it, Copperblint, to be completely honest with you. Because I'm not sure what the right decision is. Correct, Copperblint. I agree with you. I think there's a fun, because I do think fundamentally that there is a fun exchange rate where you have adventurers who adventure, and you have adventurer PCs who go adventure, and then you have town PCs who are good at that. But like you said, the problem is like, but maybe that actually is a good thing because you have your people, basically the PCs, the town PCs become the quest givers. Right? They tell the adventurers, they say, hey, I need you to go get me a bunch of blah, 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 blah. And then they can go and do it. Now, there's another thing which I did not include. I just want to see here what Bob. I don't know if Bob put something in here because again, it's edited very badly in the sense it's like it's just thrown together and there's like no real sense of like it just randomly talks about downtime actions and then it starts talking about buildings and then it goes into how you make a character. But I thought there was something here about trading. We definitely have all our heroic things there. Again, Bob, I think, was mostly worried about ships, ships, and combat and adventuring. Okay, we got that. We got that. And this is all the materials. Man, I swear there's something in here. Yeah, it's not particularly put together well. It's almost like it's a super beta document. And it's kind of randomly assorted. But I mean, again, you know, it's going to be changing all the time. There's no point in us trying to like figure all that stuff out. I don't know where he would have put that, unfortunately. The GM stuff. I don't know. I thought we talked about restrictions on trading stuff, and whether or not that takes a downtime action. If that, you know, I don't know if Bob just randomly threw that in there. I'm not sure where it is. Trade. Yeah, I don't see. Oh, D6 trade. Why is that? Why did that just randomly add trade there? Oh, here we go. By default, there is no free trading between PCs. You can buy an item off another PC for its full value. Okay, so what he's talking about here is the borrowing problem. So the borrowing problem is one where, well, this is specifically talking about, like, for example, your character goes and acquires something like really awesome, right? Like a compass, okay? Or, yeah, come on, PDF. I know you can do it. It's like, nah, I don't think it. Spyglass, right? This is the classic one. 50 gold, spyglass. It's rare. You get a boon on bushcraft rolls for leading people. It's completely insane, right? It's a nutso item. But the problem is if you let people trade this, the same spyglass will get passed around like a joint, right? Because Group A will loan it. You know, let's say it's my spyglass. Well, I'm not adventuring today, so I hop into Discord and I go, yeah, you know. Aldark, you can borrow my spyglass. And then on Wednesday, someone goes, hey, I'm going, can I borrow your spyglass? I go, yeah, you can borrow my spyglass, right? So you basically one player has a spyglass and suddenly the entire group has a spyglass. Or at least a good number of people have a spyglass. And this was something that we really were kind of like, was problematic in, I think, in Edric's campaign. And the problem with it is threefold. Number one, imagine giving a very rare and precious item to a random person in an MMO. You would never do it because they don't have to give it back to you, right? There's no real question, right? The second thing is, you know, there's no such thing as like bind on equip and bind on pickup in these games. We've discussed doing it before, right? Of something being soul bound to you. You know, it does kind of stretch the magic and the illusion when it's something like a normal good, like a spyglass or a compass. Like a magical item, you can imagine being like, oh, once you use it, it's bound to you, and if you get rid of it, the magic fades or something like that, right? But by default, we don't really have a really great option for it. So again, also now that's less of an issue here in Dragonbane because we don't have levels. But yeah, twinking somebody out, right, and giving a low-level character a bunch of sweet, powerful, high-level items to go do whatever they want to do. So by default, there is no free trading. So we haven't really actually figured out what we want to do with that result yet. But I do like the idea. I just worried about how it could be, so Copperblint, I do love the idea of a dumb brute character that gives away all their supply to someone who could trade it away knowing they could do a better job than they could, but I can also see it having doing issues. That brings up another thing, which I've not talked about, which is the idea of max resource limits. Now, in our default game, this is not something that we have right now, but it was discussed and just never got incremented, which is the idea that at the beginning of the game, supply, wealth, knowledge, and influence, that you would have a it's almost like there's a different that you would have your value and then some kind of maximum value that you could have at once. So basically that like a starting, like you couldn't have 50 supply. Like where are you storing it? Where are you keeping it? Right? Like there's no, right there. Like at a certain point, knowledge represents like, almost like that scene from Lord of the Rings where Gandalf, is pouring through scrolls and stuff. It's not just literally knowledge in your brain. It might be books and libraries and scrolls and maps and ledgers. And, at a certain point, this stuff just takes up a certain amount of influence. And the same thing with influence, the idea that a quote-unquote, you don't have a level in Dragonbane, but the idea that like a low-level character, there's only so much influence potentially that your character might be able to have. So I did play around with the idea that each character has a max limit that they can have at one time. And obviously, one of the things that you as a player might want to do is do personal projects to increase your max limit. Like you could imagine that a merchant like Aelia might build as a personal project, she might build a warehouse. And that warehouse increases her supply limit from 10 to 30. Right? So now Aelia's PC can store up to 30 supply. Because in the game, I think supply has a weight of 1, right? Because it's supposed to sort of represent it's like an abstract unit of stuff. And you can acquire supply while you're out on adventure. And it's supposed to have like a bulk and a limit. But I also like the idea that some of these things, has that other stuff. We have talked about things like that, but that's for a later time. About upkeep and rent and stuff like that. We're not there yet, but I would absolutely love that. But we're not there yet. I do like that idea, Zombo, but not everything that gets shared is necessarily fragile, right? I mean, full plate armor by definition isn't fragile. So if somebody gets a suit of full plate, how are we avoiding people passing it around and stuff like that? So I don't know. But good morning as well, Balthazar. Beowulf is way behind, but I have to say I really do like the whole mini game idea. Might disagree on some of the numbers, but the premise itself is super fun. Well, I wouldn't disagree on the numbers too much, Beowulf, because most of these numbers I'm pulling them out of my brain, but most of them I'm cribbing from very, 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 very well established, highly regarded, highly rated board games that are made by legendary game designers. So most of the numbers on most of the math on this has kind of already been vetted to a certain extent. When I was deciding what to do with my 25 starting gold, I found myself debating on buying a whole ass boat or a short bow, both costing the same. I found that really funny in an absurd way. Again, I believe Bob just took so Dragonbane's cost in the book is relative to how valuable that item would be, I think, in a traditional game of Dragonbane, right? In a traditional game of Dragonbane, a spyglass, which grants you a boon on bushcraft rolls for anybody who's played any amount of Dragonbane knows that in a traditional Dragonbane game where you're doing hex crawling, you are making a shitload of bushcraft rolls to lead the way. Okay, but in a traditional Dragonbane game, owning a boat is just more of a fluffy bullshit time flex rather than something that is actually useful or good. So a spyglass is worth more than the boat that it's on. Now, you know, if Forbidden Lands is basically lead the way simulator. Yes, correct. I think Smith, who was the druid in our group, who had the high bushcraft is called survival in Forbidden Lands. It's literally the same skill, though. I think Smith made like 80% of all the rolls that were made in the entire campaign because he had the best bushcraft. Anyways, my point is they priced this sailing boat based on of how useful is it for like a person to have. Like in a traditional Dragonbane game, right? Like look at a sailing boat, 40 gold. Look at a combat trained horse, 400 gold. Okay? I don't know about you, but building a whole ass boat is sure as shit a lot more work than a horse. Now, don't get me wrong. A horse is definitely like a combat trained horse is definitely like a Ferrari, you know, of a medieval time period. But a boat in a pre-industrial setting, okay? But no, Mark Clore, it can carry 6 people and 100 weight units. Okay, so this is a boat with a massive cargo hold, like a massive cargo hold, right? So yeah. Anyways, my point is they priced this based off of how good it would be for, you know, a traditional TTRPG game, right? Where instead of pricing these things based off any sort of real value, it's based because like normally this would, yeah, 100 units is a lot in Dragonbane. It is a lot. It's a lot. Anyways, so yeah, this stuff is based off of. All right, fine. A sailing boat is the same price as a riding horse is more expensive than a sailing boat. Not a combat trained horse, just a horse you ride. Right. So again, I don't need to tell you that. Correct. Water traversal. Well, not only that, like in like a quote unquote realistic simulator, old school D&D game, they'd be like, yeah, a galleon costs 85,000 gold, and that's probably what it should cost. But like, it doesn't do anything for you, right? Like, oh, you have a boat now, and you're like, yeah, but if we didn't have the boat, we would just use somebody else's boat, you know. So fine, a donkey, a guard dog is 15 gold. Okay, I'm just saying, like. Livestock should not be on the same scale as building a whole entire sailing boat, especially again in a pre-industrial medieval society. I cannot stress to you enough how difficult it would be to make a watertight sailing vessel with all the ropes and the pulleys and the engineering and the lumber and the timbers and the water sealing and the mechanisms for the keel and the sails and all of that stuff. In a pre-industrial society, yes, these pricing points are gamist as hell. Correct. That is correct. These prices reflect how good this item is in a traditional game of fantasy Dragonbane. They have no, and I'm not even faulting Bob. Bob just took this and put it in the game because, you know, he was just doing that. So anyways, my sense is that while it may be true in the beta, because fuck it, we ball, in the final release, you know, we would reprice these things a little bit for sure. Yeah, that'd be cool. Goblins and androids, that would work really, really well to us, right? How valuable is this to an adventurer? That's a better way of putting it. Obvious. So anyways, I thought about putting a max cap on stuff that way, like all the PCs can't just come back from an adventure and just give all their supply to another PC, you know? Because that PC has a max limit. Alternatively, you know, exchanging between PCs might take a downtime action from each of you, right? Representing an extensive exchange of not, you know, because if you're exchanging supplies, right, that's basically you just offloading stuff, and that could take a while. But if you're exchanging knowledge or influence, like, what does that even mean? Can you do that? You know, I don't know. So that's where we're kind of like, I don't know. We have to kind of think about that. That is actually something that is kind of undecided at this time. I don't know what the right answer is, and if we and it whether what creates the kind of play pattern for the game that I want to do it. You know. No. I think it's pretty clear in the description that it is for that thing, you know. But yeah, I don't know, Zomble. What the hell am I doing awake, Derek? Well, King Hodop, I spent 8 days on the West Coast. I got used to going to bed around midnight in Pacific, which is 3 a.m. my time, and I've only been home for like 3 days. So, but yeah, I think if we can create a couple of these type items, if we can create a handful of these things. So hey, you guys are here. It's late night. You're in chat. Hey, Cinnabus, you mean I can't trade 4 cows for a ship? That'd be a hell of a trade. What would you put as some of our starting buildings? You know, again, they can't be completely. I mean, like, the fishing is about as complicated as I would want to get. And the only reason the fishing is that complicated is because everybody loves a good fishing mini game, right? Who doesn't love a good fishing mini game, right? But you know, I like it when there's flavor. I like when there's little consequences. I like it when there's a system for sort of, you know, building up to something, and I think that's really interesting, and I think that's really cool. And again, cool items that characters can do. King Hodop says, now, to be clear, King Hodop, this is me being the bigger man. I hate fishing mini games. In fact, in almost every TTRPG, I hate fishing mini games, or I hate mini games. Period. But I understand that they're very popular. Gambling hall seems like something that wouldn't be basic. I want to have stuff that's like, you know, that's something I could see being more of an advanced building that somebody builds. And I also could see that having more complex mechanics, Cinnabos, than a basic building might have. And maybe even deserves to have that kind of more complex, right, to make it cooler. But yeah, we should be looking at the day laborer stuff. Exactly, right? So we've got, you know, my day laborer is just, well, I don't know where we put it, but you know, you just get one supply for one downtime action, right? You know, basically minimum wage. You know, you don't do anything skilled. You're just, you know, kind of working on the railroad, you know. Now, Copper Blint, you are absolutely correct. That is why this is such a huge deal. And that's one of the reasons why I originally wanted to literally have a developer code and build a bot and actually create like a back and forth mini game, you know, to interact with it, because it doesn't matter that it takes up a ton of time because it's away from the table. Correct. But we are somewhat limited because we don't have a computer that's running it. So, you know, it has to be something that a player can reasonably, you know, manage on their own. Also, if I'm being completely honest, it's pointless for me to get back on my regular sleep schedule because I leave for Vegas in a few days. So Vegas is on the West Coast time. So I might as well just stay on the West Coast time rather than get back to the East Coast time and then go back to the West Coast time. So yeah, I'm locked in. I'm going to bed at, you know, 3, 4, 5 in the morning, waking up at noon or noon or so, and noon or 1. And I'll just do that until I get back from Vegas. But yeah, so we have a day laborer that can give us supply. That's like a basic one. Maybe, you know, we could just call this like, and again, I don't necessarily know that people would use it, but we could have like skilled laborer. Make a secondary crafting check. So one of the things in Dragontide is everybody starts with a secondary skill of a crafting skill. Let's see if I can remember which ones they are. Bob, where'd you put those? What was that book? Oh, it was Draw Steel. Man, Draw Steel was bad. There we go. So every character is going to start with some sort of secondary skill, sometimes multiples. Blacksmithing, carpentry, leatherworking, tinkering, alchemy, enchanting. And so you can just kind of, you could maybe do that. And since that's a little bit more of a skilled labor check, you know, we might have, make a thing, then we can have a demon, a fail, a success, and a dragon. We could have something like that. Well, to be fair, fishing doesn't have a building. I mean, well, it's just basically called fishing from the pier. You know, I mean, it's not like a specific pier. It's just a location. It doesn't actually have a building. They don't actually have to be a building. Pickpocketing is not a building. What's interesting is I kind of actually prefer diminishing returns, Copper Blint, only because if you give people increasing rewards, then it kind of becomes more boring because now they're incentivized to just keep taking it. I'd actually rather it be decreasing, you know? Right. We could do all those things. I just think those are more advanced buildings, Beowulf, and I think we should probably hold off on doing those, you know, for right now. So yeah, we could have like a skilled laborer check as well. Again, my main thought is like, I want to have something that like, because like if we think about like things that can generate supply for or value, I want most things to probably generate between, you know, 1 to 4 units of material value. So that means something like 1 supply, maybe 2 supply, maybe 3 supply, which we saw in that with like the fishing, or like 1 wealth or 2 wealth, and maybe like 1 knowledge, maybe like 1 knowledge and something else. But even then, that's pretty rough. And like, I don't even know if we would have like an influence generating building yet. Like the PCs are too new, you know. Like, I think basically most things, like some of our basic buildings, should basically be something like this, and then maybe something that generates 1 supply plus one wealth, because that's a total value of 3. Something in that range, you know. You know, because again, that's 3, that's 4, that's 2, that's 1, that's 2, that's 3. Again, I don't want these buildings to be like too good, where like they're just generating a ton of and making it too easy. So, you know, I'm not saying like every one of these needs a building. They could be gated behind a check. Like obviously, day laborer, no check. You just gain a supply. Basically, they're basically just like, you know, they're paying you in food, you know, like they're paying you, they like, hey, you can take some of this home with you. You're not really making any quote unquote wealth, you know, it's just enough to get by or something like that. That's basically the worst building that we could have. Or the worst action we could have. But if somebody has like literally no skills and they have nothing they could do or whatever, they could always just, you know, go do menial labor. Yeah, McDonald's is paying you in burgers. That's exactly right. Or, you know, it's like they're paying you in the company script, you know. No. Ayla, that's what this patch is. I'm adding all of these to the game immediately. That's what this patch is. Before the end of the weekend, these are all before Sunday, before the end of Sunday. These are all going to be in the game. So ideally, I would do it tomorrow. Yeah. Sorry. These are not projects. These are not ideas. These are getting added to the game. nope, 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 nope. These are actually getting added, like immediately, like with 24 hours, within the next 24 hours, because I want to have them in before the end of the week, so people actually have things to spend their downtime actions on. Bob didn't really think through that. You know, we have a constitution, but no laws, right? We have a constitution, but we have no laws. Yeah. No, the people need actions, for sure. So yeah. So here, let's just again, let's just fictionally kind of spitball here, like Rick Sherman says anarchy. So like, and then again, like I said, we also have some trade buildings, right? Like some, well, the prerequisites could be anything, Copperblint. They could be anything. For sure. The other thing too is I like the idea of giving, again, I'm touching on some of these other skills. Like one of the reasons why I like the idea of the skilled laborer is because if you're a crafter, right? If you're a artisan profession, your whole thing is that you can make secondary skill checks, and you might have a good blacksmithing or carpentry or leatherworking. And fundamentally, these skills are used to create custom items in the game. But what I'm suggesting is that you can use them through the skilled laborer, and basically, you're going to work. And whereas day laborer barely makes by at supply, a skilled laborer might be able to generate, wealth or whatever. But this might have a limit, right? Like you might only be able to do this, maybe once or twice a week, right? Because there's not infinite work, to do. But that's a way that we can kind of make use of these crafting secondary skills that exist in the game. And for our town-based characters, again, this isn't universal. Anybody could be a town-based character. But originally, my idea was that of the professions that exist. Now remember, classes is a very loose concept in Dragonbane. But my original idea was that the scholar the merchant, and the artisan, because they can pick any two. That's why Bob didn't put it. You get to pick whatever you want. But these are 3 professions that are actually in the book. My original idea was that artisan, merchant, and scholar were sort of the town classes and should have things that make them better at towning. And so if you wanted to be a town-based character, you would probably be a scholar, a merchant, or an artisan. Now, obviously, there's a world where a mariner could be a great town character, a thief could be a great town character. Any of these could be a great town character, right? But I think that if you're picking to be an artisan or a merchant or a scholar, those aren't traditionally what we think of when we think of adventurers. Now, what's cool about Dragonbane is you can go and adventure and you can go totally be that. But, I wanted to kind of give those characters something to do as well. Correct. You can also fish for an advancement as well. That's true, Cinnabos. But we also have, let's see. I'd like for there to be something that uses seamanship. Right? So some sort of action that uses seamanship. I think that'd be cool to reward characters who have a high seamanship. Maybe something with languages or myths and legends, one or both of those, maybe together. A skill like something like for that. That could be tied into, gaining knowledge. Right? We might have now again, I don't want to start the town off with a library. I think we're a little bit too premature for that, right? So this is more of like I don't know. Whatever. It's like one of those little neighborhood mini libraries that you see on the side of the road where people put their books, Correct. So that actually was my house rule. I actually came up with that house rule, so I'm glad you enjoy it. So I originally, because everyone basically said, yeah, that's true. It could just be the old rumor mill. That is true, Copperblend. But I don't feel like that would be languages and myths and legend, right? I feel like the rumor mill would be more like, I don't know, bluffing or persuasion. I definitely would love to get a skill in there that can tap into bluffing and or persuasion. Something that can use those skills. Because if we did that along with the other ones that we have, we wouldn't have anything for bushcraft, but bushcraft is already so powerful in the game. I'm not really worried about it. I could see, obviously bartering is going to be good. So I'd want something for bartering. We have something for bartering, something for crafting. I can't remember what point crafting has in the game anymore because we created the secondary skills, but we can kind of discuss that. Well, bluffing is only the casino Zomble if you're specifically like playing poker. If you're just playing like a random game, then it doesn't really matter. We don't need evade. I don't think we need healing at this time. We did something for fishing, something for performance. We did the busking. We didn't do anything for riding. I don't know how useful riding is going to be in a sea-based campaign. We're on an island. Right now, I'm kind of like, get fucked, I guess. We did sleight of hand. I'm not worried about sneaking and spot hidden. Swimming is a little tough as well. Hopefully there's some skills that should come up as well. Gathering and ore and gems. Okay, right. Crafting is used for gathering ore and gems. Cool. Perfect. Yeah. I think craft is a generic repair skill. That's kind of what we originally described it as. When we were originally designing our boat mini game, that is what craft did. Craft was kind of like that. Maybe you can ride. Right, but that might happen. I'm saying, but for basic starting actions and town actions, I don't think riding seabound creatures is going to really come up that much, Yeah. So I basically just need to, so again, if people do have some ideas, you shout them out. I mean, I'll jot them down. Maybe they'll make it into the beta. I mean, because again, I want to create, like I said, I want to create 8 to 12 buildings, and I want to put them into the game ASAP. Like, I mean, it's pretty much what I'm. After this, I'm going to go to bed because I spent the day just kind of walking around, enjoying the sights that could be seen, and yeah, the problem is like the island is really small. Like it's not a big island. I don't even know that like horses would even be that useful here. Like I don't know who's bringing a horse from across the sea. That's a pretty nasty journey for a coastal town. I don't know. It's just but. Well, the problem, Zombles, right now, I don't want to reward or encourage weapon skills in town. Maybe people will do that eventually, but right, horses would be beasts of burden, but honestly, they probably wouldn't Zomble. They'd probably use mules or donkeys, to be honest with you. But also, riding still really wouldn't make much sense. Like your skill in riding. Like even I think the skill itself uses agility. Yeah, it uses agility. It's your skill. Well, they are useful as draft animals, but pound for pound, they are not nearly. I mean, we're not farming. Oh, it is definitely smaller than New Zealand size. Yeah, it's much smaller than New Zealand size. No. My mind is much smaller. I don't know if there's an official scale for it, but yeah. That's a great question. I don't know. I think beast lore is what you know about monsters, Zomble. Roll beast lore when trying to identify an animal or monster and to know its habits, abilities, and weaknesses. But Yeah. Anyways. So anyways, I want to have some stuff like this. Just, a bit too American. Right, but the other thing too is like I want to make sure it has like a unique element to it. You know, just here's a building because I mean I'm not trying to make mock people, but I'm gonna do it like not in like a mean way because no one's. But like, hey, I want to make a building that makes it so that my good skill can be used to generate everything I want. Is that's going to be like the most boring thing of all time? You know. So just having a building that just randomly does it. I want it to have a sense of contextual meaning, you know. Well, remember, it doesn't necessarily have to be a job, right? Like we have, like again, we have you can do a skilled laborer to make wealth. Well, officially, none. Meshi, I have to make 8 to 12 of them tomorrow. Well, no, because they need to be done by tomorrow, because this is week 1 of the game. And again, it's not Bob's fault, but Bob launched the game. Now, believe it or not, that actually is kind of a cool idea. What exists in the game? Well, right now, your choices are you can train your weapon skill up. You can buy stuff from the book. Hold on a sec here. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Press and hold escape. Nope, that doesn't do it. There we go. Okay. 200%. So right now you can work on your weapon skills. You can buy stuff from the book. You can also buy stuff from the book. You can recover from your injuries that you got while adventuring. You can use the crafting system to make magical items. You can work on a project. You can work on a town project. You can heal your hit points, or you can buy a boat. Or sorry, you can repair your boat. And that's it. Those are the only buildings that exist in town. That's it. Those are the only things in there. Currently, there is no way to build a boat. You could, but there is no cooking skill. There is no wood cutting skill. There is no mining skill. Also, remember, this is a small island, you know, relatively speaking. Like, you're not going to, like, just literally start going out and digging a hole in the ground to mine, right? Like, now, granted, maybe somebody creates a personal project and they create their own personal mine, and maybe they do that. But remember, this has to be a public building. Like, I just don't see mines as being something that you could just, you know, go to and just start digging. King Hodup, that's a great idea, and people should definitely build that building if they want to build that building. But I am more concerned with giving them the tools that they need in order to generate the resources that the game needs in order to succeed or to even function, you know? Again, you guys are pitching buildings. Remember, I know some of you came in really late, so maybe you guys didn't quite miss this. I don't want to be like mean. But there's like a whole system here of economy, and what we're actually trying to do, I want the players to build these buildings, not me. But I have to give them buildings that initially start the process. And right now, these are the resources. This is the most common resource. The resources become exceedingly more rare as you go down to the point where we're not even really dealing with mana in the beta. This is the relative value. Influence is 4 times as valuable as supply. It has a resource value of 4. Supply has a resource value of 1. there are two types of base town actions. Ones that can generate resources ex nihilo, basically from nothing, right? It just creates resource, right? For example, pickpocketing doesn't take any resources. It just creates wealth out of thin air because you're stealing it from the people in the town. It uses sleight of hand, and this generates wealth. But this shouldn't be the only way to generate wealth in the startering of the game, right? Which is the one that could potentially send you to jail. Generally speaking, I want a couple of buildings that can generate. Now, the other type of building is a trading building, right? So this is an example of a trading building. A trading building does not create resources. It allows you to convert existing resources into a new form of a resource. So, for example, dockside trade uses the bartering skill, and it lets you convert 3 supply into 2 wealth. And the number of times you can make that trade depends on whether you were successful or you failed at the skill check. So even if you fail the skill check, you can still make that trade up to 1 time. If you succeeded the trade, you can make, but this lets you convert supply into wealth. Conversely, this, which we call bulk wholesaler, lets you buy, basically it lets you convert some wealth into supply, right? It's like you're converting, you're downgrading, but you're converting 1 wealth into 1 supply. No, I wrote that down, Alia. Where did I write that down? Oh, these are the things that I could see being generated in the town beginning. This is the creation stuff. I could see buildings that create supply, maybe up to 3 or 4, right? Because I said 1 to 4 units worth of value. So in theory, if I stuck to that, we could have buildings that generated 1 to 4 supply, 1 to 2 wealth, 1 knowledge, 1 influence, 1 wealth plus 1 to 2 supply, 1 knowledge plus 1 supply. Because this would have a value of 1 to 4. This would have a value of 2 to 4. This would have a value of 3. This would have a value of 4. This would have a value of 3 to 4. This would have a value of 4. So my gut instinct is these are the things that we should be creating. And there might be several different ways to create these. For example, we created the fishing action, which lets you generate supply. You know, in a fun little go to the fishing pier. You spend a supply to generate. Now, to be fair, you might say, "Well, Derek, but doesn't this generate 3 to 5 supply? Isn't that higher?" But remember, you had to spend 1 supply to generate it. So really, this is more like 2 to 4 supply, which is within our range, which is what we want to create. So, you know, this generates 2 to 4 supply because even though it generates 3 to 5 supply, it costs a supply to use it because you have to have your supply for bait, right? Correct, Mishy Knight. This is exchanging time for supplies. You got it. So this costs 1 downtime action. It costs 1 supply. You need to have a fishing rod or a fishing net. You then make a hunting and fishing check, which is one of the skills in the game. If you fail, you generate 0 supply. If you succeed, you generate 3 supply. If you roll a critical success, you generate 5 supply. Additionally, if you have a net instead of a fishing rod, you generate +1 supply if you succeeded or you rolled a dragon. So if you have a net and you succeed, you will generate 4 supply. And if you have a dragon and you succeed and you have a net, if you roll a dragon and you have a net, you'll generate 6 supply. Lastly, there's also the secret spot rule. You can spend 1 knowledge before you make your roll, and you gain a boon on the skill roll. All right, let me see what people in chat said here. So I do agree with this, but I think that's something that we should build later. A scholar could do tutoring. The role is to determine how many students you have for the day. Sure. I should also note, now again, some of these buildings can be built by the players or upgraded. Where did I put it? Here we go. Okay. So these are the things that we should be able to create, all right, which is 1 to 4 supply, 1 to 2 wealth, 1 knowledge, 1 influence, 1 knowledge and 1 supply, 1 wealth, and 1 to 2 supply, because again, that's going to generate anywhere from 1 to 4 relative value units. We also might have something that converts supply into wealth, which we already had, wealth into supply, which we already had, supply into knowledge, supply, knowledge into supply. What about wealth into knowledge, or knowledge into wealth? What about knowledge into wealth plus supply, right? So all the things can also be backward, right? In that respect. That is correct. It is Vancian knowledge. Once you use it, it's forgotten. The town is unimportant big. The town will never be a source of adventure. The town is very much, you know, it is. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are outskirts. There are hinterlands to the town. It's not literally like a town on an island and there's nothing outside the town walls. But the town, like in Northern Reaches, we have Northport, which was an adventure zone where you could actually go adventure in the city. That will never be the case with Dragontide. All the adventure occurs out in the ocean. You have to go, because fundamentally, in order to start an adventure, you have to go on a sea voyage phase. So it has to be a place that you can sail to. Once somewhere is safe, you are no longer adventuring. So while the island theoretically could fit, you know, whatever we need it to fit, it is not like some sort of endless expanse. It is not some sort of, you know, trackless island that has thousands of square kilometers. You know, it is, you know, maybe a couple kilometers by a couple kilometers, you know, is what I would mostly envision. You know, maybe a little bit more than that, obviously, but it's not a place for adventuring. Let's see here. All right, Mesh said, so does that mean an influence 3 building should be 4 times rarer than a supply building? I'm not quite sure what you mean, but yes. Correct. I think skilled laborer should probably generate wealth, while day laborer gives supply. Copper Blint, I think that's probably a good idea. Maybe some kind of scholar building where you can pay wealth to gain knowledge. Maybe. Again, I want to create very basic buildings because I want to leave a lot of room for the players themselves to upgrade or create their own buildings. I mean, that's part of the advantage of this. Well, no, that's the problem. There is no way to generate resources right now, Zombo. Without me adding these buildings to the game, there's no way for resources to be generated. Okay? Eventually, somebody out there is going to say, hey, I want to create a library. Okay? Someone is going to come up with an idea that they want to create a library, you know, and the people are going to get really excited about it. And they're going to go to the GM council. That's me. That's Bob. That's Edril. That's Laughing Outlaw. And they're going to say, what is that going to take? So I'm going to think about building a library. Well, you're going to need stone. You're going to need construction materials. So I'm imagining it's going to need some supply. And probably some amount of wealth. But also, you're going to need knowledge. Knowledge represents, remember, everything here is an abstract thing. Knowledge isn't necessarily literally knowledge in your brain. Knowledge might be books. It might be ledgers. It might be scrolls, right? It could be a physical asset, not just a mental asset. As to the question of spending the knowledge, the idea is that when you spent the knowledge, clearly the knowledge you had was about the thing that you just used it on, which means it's no longer useful for your next project because you've already established that the knowledge was useful for building a library, but it wasn't necessarily useful for, say, building a ship. Anyways, so we might decide that to build a library, the town as a whole needs to contribute 75 bundles. And we might say a bundle to build the library is 2 supply, 1 wealth, and 2 knowledge, right? Which is a lot. And so when someone comes in, they can contribute. If they have 2 supply, 1 wealth, and 2 knowledge, they can contribute 1 bundle. If they had a bunch of supply and a bunch of wealth and a bunch of knowledge, they might be able to contribute 5 or 6 or 7 bundles. But as the town works together, this number will tick up, tick up, tick up, tick up, and eventually it'll be at 75 out of 75, and a town library will be complete. And before the library is completed, that we will have decided mechanically, okay, what does this new library action do in the game? And the library action might be like, hey, you can go there and you can study, you can maybe you pay a small fee, you enter the library, you make a legend and lore check, and you can gain a bunch of knowledge because, you're sitting there studying and researching ancient, crypts and whatever things like that. Who knows? And if you roll a dragon, maybe you get some sort of like, I don't know, new magical spell or something like that, right? So that's the way. Now you might say, okay, that sounds awesome. Okay, cool. The library is going to let us gain a bunch of knowledge. It's going to let us maybe find new spells. Okay, how do we get supply? How do we get wealth? And how do we get knowledge? Well, there's 2 ways. One is to go adventure. When you're going adventure, the GMs are going to be awarding you with supply, wealth, and knowledge. But what if you're a town character? Or what if you're in town and you mostly only play in town? Or what if you need additional wealth? You can use your downtime actions. We have to have a way for people to generate these resources in order to accomplish their goals. Correct. It's very similar to the ritual in Dungeon World. The GM will tell you what it takes to build the thing, right? Yes, Zombol. Our players so week 1 started on Monday. We have people who have anywhere from 6 to 12 downtime actions for this week, which ends in like 48 hours, and they don't really have anything to spend them on. So Elia, that's what I think skilled laborer was supposed to be. Skilled laborer was make your secondary crafting check, right? That's your blacksmithing, your whatever. I don't know, metric. Here, hold on a sec. All right, there you go. St. John, the Virgin Islands, is 50 square kilometers. It is 9 miles long by 5 miles wide. I've been to St. John many times. It is one of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and there you go. So 9 miles by 5 miles. That's what I'm envisioning for Stormhaven. If you wanted to, maybe you could go a little bit bigger and you could go with St. Thomas, potentially, which I imagine is probably like twice as large, which would be like 100 square kilometers. Yeah. Yeah, it's 14 by 8 kilometers. Somewhere in the neighborhood of that. And let me tell you, having been there, it's when you're on it, it's a very big island. But it's not like, some sort of, mega industrial complex or something like that. Anyways, who's going around fucking islands? Oh, nobody. Oh, why are they called? Virgin Islands. Yeah, no, I got it. No, because they were so untouched and they were so pristine, so that's why they were called the Virgin Islands. So, let's see. Yeah, I mean, I think some of that stuff is probably appropriate for sure. We just need to, again, I just need something that makes sense given the skills that we have in the game, that characters that their PCs have, and a way that they can, justify it. Well, no, actually, DM Rawlings, I'm just not going to go to my sleep schedule because I leave for Vegas in a few days, and Vegas is on West Coast time. So what would be the point of me switching back to East Coast time if I'm just going to hop on a plane in a few days and be back in Vegas? So I'm just basically staying on West Coast time. So it's midnight. It's midnight, 12:30 midnight. After midnight for me in my West Coast time, and I'll just get up at like I said, I'll just go to bed at 3 or 4 and wake up at noon or 1 p.m. for a couple days more, and then I'll head to Vegas. Yeah. So yeah, we can't. No. This is a solo thing, King Hodop. You do this on your own, completely solo. This is a solo game. There is no outside influence. Right. So, having a quest board and doing shit for NPCs, there's like no, having it cost hit points. I mean, that doesn't even mean anything in town because hit points don't mean anything in town. Like, there's no way that would structurally work as part of this system. Oh, I see what you're saying. Make a roll to represent you. Right. But then what skill does that use? I mean, the actions have to be something that is unambiguous because there's no GM. There's no one to ask. You might be rolling if you live in Europe, you might be doing this in the middle of the night while everybody else is asleep, I am in Vegas for 5 nights. I don't know. IDK, I don't know Dragonbane. Fair enough. I'm in there for 5, which is a night longer than we normally have, but my buddy got a free night comped at the Palazzo, so we're gonna stay an extra day there because it's free. So why not? Plus, we're hoping, fingers crossed, that with like Vegas hurting so much, that we might be able to get some really sick comps. Maybe we can get some extra. Maybe we get some free meals or some free tickets. Because everything I've read has said that the tourism is way down. International tourism is basically plummeted to zero. I mean, not only can Americans not afford to go to Vegas, but obviously international folks aren't lining up to come into the U.S. Right? Yeah, I think for these base. Remember, so in my mind, right, we kind of have like the tier 0 buildings. These are like the basic bread and butter buildings. I want, eventually we might have more complex buildings like a tier 1, a tier 2, a tier 3 building, that are like maybe a little bit more complicated, have a lot more, going on with them, have random table, all this other crazy stuff. But this is just sort of like the nuts and bolts. This is just so that we can get the game operating. We do not have anything for seamanship skill. So somebody said pearl diving, which is not necessarily a great idea, but it is a great idea. Yeah. Absolutely, Beowulf. That is what I originally wanted to do with bots. I wanted to develop a bot and use some AI to create a actual back and forth mini game to basically almost like a choose your own adventure mini game that would be kind of procedurally generated and have each of your actions engage with that, but obviously I didn't have the time or the money or the inclination to do that because Bob was basically like, Derek, don't do that. There's going to be like 20 people playing Dragonbane. And, sure, right now we have 30, but fundamentally, yeah, I mean, why should I spend thousands of dollars and hundreds of hours developing something for, something that might not even take off? At the time, we didn't even know if anybody would be playing it. Possibly Zomble, but again, none of that has to do with the resources. All of these starting buildings are entirely 100% focused on just resources. They're either gaining them or trading them or converting them from one resource into another. That's it. Beowulf, that'd be the first thing I do, buddy. No, Beowulf, the first thing I would do is I would subsidize your upgrade to champion. All right, buddy. We do not have any resource sinks yet. Resource sinks are supposed to be what the players create. It's a proactive game, right? Not a, I'm just giving you the tools so that you can generate resources. The players say, I want to build this, and I want to do this, and I want to build a lighthouse, and I want to do this. And then the GMs and I will come up with the idea for it. Right now, the only resource sink is going to the training hall and getting skill ups on your weapon skills. So that's the only resource sink basically right now. All right, here. What I don't even know how many people are actually here and actually paying attention. What do we think? Pearl diving? Is pearl diving a cool idea? I kind of like it. So the secondary skills listed on the character sheets is nothing. Oh yeah, I want to use swimming. I would imagine to give as well. Right. Remember, we're mixing gameism here with also the practicality of it, right? So this is, by the way, backing it up for a moment, this is the difference between simulationism and gameism. Gameism is me, Derek. This is also the difference between top-down versus bottom-up design. Okay? What we are experiencing right now is bottom-up design. We're trying to fit it into a game, and we're trying to make it fit well. But fundamentally, it's me saying, hey, Dragonbane, for better or for worse, is what we're using. And it has given us these skills. And one of those skills is swimming. Now, that is not a skill that necessarily comes up a lot in your average day-to-day adventure. Now, it might more in this campaign because we're out on the ocean and stuff. I thought it'd be cool if somebody who's a good swimmer had a way that they could use that swimming skill to do something in town, because people are going to have skills all over the place. So what is something that we could use for swimming that we could connect to either knowledge, wealth, supply, or influence, or a trading of the two? Now, I don't think converting one thing into another thing makes a whole lot of sense for swimming. But also remember, this is in town. You're not leaving. You're not, you might be on the outskirts of town, but you are fundamentally in town. That's the whole idea, that you're in town, I mean, it would be a pretty shitty harbor, and it would be called Stormhaven if there were a lot of wrecks. But yes, fundamentally, wreck diving, pearl diving, again, the idea being that it's in the immediate vicinity of town, right? So, I mean, I think that's pretty cool. So if you recall, King Hodop, I even said I am actually okay with influence not being something that is immediately available, because that is, again, there's a rarity to these resources, right? The supply is the most common resource. Supply is the most common resource. Wealth is slightly more rare. Knowledge is an uncommon resource, and influence is, the most uncommon of the resources. Mana, it's not even available, is rare, What exactly is Myths and Legends? Trying to think on that one. So my understanding of Myths and Legends is that it is basically trying to remember stories of old times or distant land and trying to understand links to the past. So for me, Myths and Legends is the prototypical, research. And then languages is to understand foreign or ancient languages. So I feel like these two skills, there's a lot of overlapping, and trying to figure out a way to differentiate them other than just the, things. So yeah, I think it's lore basically. Yeah. Oh, Beowulf, that's not how secondary skills work. In Dragonbane. By default, you don't have any second. So okay, I guess some people don't actually know how. I took that for granted. What makes a secondary skill set in Dragonbane? Every single character will have a value for every single skill. So every character has acrobatics. Every character has awareness. Every character has bartering. Every character has beast lore. Every character has bluffing. Every character has bushcraft. Every character has crafting. Every character has every skill. So everyone has these. It's just a question of whether or not you're good at it or not. You'll have it. And remember, it's going to be a value. I think between 6 and 16 is what you can start off at. Something like that. Anyways, and if you roll underneath it in a D20, you pass. Secondary skills are specific and are given to you explicitly by the game when you take certain abilities or classes, and you don't have a secondary skill unless something specifically gives it to you. So, for example, spell casting, elementalism or whatever, is a secondary skill. You don't have that skill unless you have something that gave you that skill. But everybody can hunt and fish. Everybody can ride. Everybody can sneak. Everybody can bushcraft. Everybody can barter. It's just a question of whether or not you are good at it or not. So that's the difference between the core skills. By the way, everybody can use axes, bows, brawling, crossbows, hammers, knives, slings, spears, stabs, and swords. Everyone. A scholar can use them. In fact, if for whatever reason your scholar character so if your scholar character for whatever reason had a really high strength, your character, like if you started with an 18 strength or 16 strength actually, your character would start with a 7, which means you need to roll a 7 or lower on a D20 to hit with axes, brawling, hammers, and swords. So you actually be, halfway decent with it. Just because you're that strong. That's the way starting skills work. And by the way, after the initial setting of skills, your strength no longer affects any of your skills. Your constitution no longer affects any of your skills. Your agility no longer affects any of your skills. So at the beginning of the game, your starting strength influences your starting skill, but after that, it has no connection to it whatsoever. Well, yes, I mean, the DNA, Beowulf, as you, I'm sure, are very well aware, the DNA of this game is it's Dragonbane, which is taken from Dr. Dominir, which is very much tied into the BRP, Call of Cthulhu, Chaosium heritage. So it is very similar to Pendragon in that way. I think the town is fairly well established. That being said, no. I mean, I don't think there's much room for farmland, and I don't think they're hunting and foraging either. I think most of their food comes from fishing in the sea, and I think it comes from supplies and trips, right? So the idea is that we have, there's far to the east, there's the main continent, and maybe, this is like, this is Dragonbane Europe, and then maybe there's, down here there's the other main continent, right? This is like Dragonbane Africa, okay? And basically out here in the middle of the ocean, all right, used to be this mythical continent, which was essentially like Atlantis, And then there was this great cataclysm. This is all described in the book, or in the book. And when the cataclysm broke, now the seas are, horrible and mysterious, and there's all sorts of, evil weather. But the continent didn't sink. It shattered into this archipelago, okay, of these mysterious islands that used to be the center of one of the world's great conversations, okay? And there, obviously there's probably some really tiny, small islands, a little more than spits of rock. But there's one island that's all the way mostly to the east that happens to have a really good harbor, and that's where, the people from the mainland have built their first real settlement. That is Stormhaven, hence Stormhaven, because it's a haven from the storm. This is where they built. Now, the reason people come here, merchants, adventurers, and is because found on these islands are rare and precious commodities that can be found nowhere else in the world. What are these commodities, you say? Well, they're all the cool, magical trade goods and materials that we have in the game. Things like storm silver and tide iron and ember copper and mithril and meteoric iron and adamantine and fire oak and whisper wood and iron root and elder maple and blood bark and spirit wood. So this is all the stuff that the people back home in fantasy Africa and fantasy Europe want. So the idea is that this place exists to ship these rare, precious, magical goods and materials back to the mainland. What are they being paid with? Money and food and the like, So that's the core economy at work. And eventually, I would assume that you will have PC merchants who will eventually own their own boat and use that boat to basically, control trade routes. And now we're playing Traveler. Yes. So, so basically you have the wealth and you have the wealth and the mystery and the powers of these this ancient kingdom, or this ancient continent, which was shattered. Again, if you're familiar with Eberron. So if you're familiar with Eberron, nope, come on. There we go. So Eberron, you have the main continent of Corvair, which is where, most people that happens with people are thinking. But to the south of Eberron is the continent of Zendrick. And Zendrick is this, exotic continent of jungles and ancient cyclopean reaches. And there is a single town called, conveniently enough, Storm Reach, okay, which is totally not Stormhaven. But it totally is, except take Zendrick, shatter it into a bunch of islands, and basically that is what we have. So it's the same exact idea, totally stolen from Eberron, just, yeah. Anyways, so the people come from Corvair, they cross the Straits of Shargon, and they go to Storm Reach. But, oh, sick. I'm not clicking on your fucking Eberron wiki. There we go. There's some detail. So yeah, Storm Reach is basically, in this great harbor, and it's obviously the most, in this case, the most northern of it, whatever. That isn't bad. I don't know that I would call it grade school, but it's not bad, right? Now the question is, you're going to school, It's not bad. I mean, we need something, we need something. I mean, I would assume that things are pretty rough out there, Zombol. I mean, there's a lot of nasty, evil things here around the islands. Well, the idea of Beowulf is that the Mithril and Adamantine are on the islands that are not nearby. We have this idea of tiering, that the islands further away from Stormhaven are better, scarier, more rarer materials. And as you can see, Mithril is a rare material. So there's no Mithril to be found on any of the islands. Definitely not on Stormreach, but also not anywhere near. And so, right now, all the islands are right now in what is called Zone 0 or Tier 0, which basically means that they are reachable from the main island in like a rowboat. You don't need a sailboat. It's not a multi-day journey. Basically, you can hop in your boat, you can row your boat across the channel and go to that island and explore it, and you might find, you probably won't even really find any of these uncommon items, to be honest with you. You have to kind of keep going and back, going and going, to find the rare items. Isn't that convenient? It is. All right, good to know. Arab Altor. How does time progress in the game? Every real life week is a in-game month. And I believe the game is scheduled to go for, the initial game is scheduled to go for a whopping 12 weeks. But this is just our beta session 0. So it's going to happen for 12 weeks, which is going to be an in-game year. The Tier 0 zones have I Can See Russia from a House 5 big time. Big time. Big time. But remember, it is a shattered, broken land. But one of the core conceits is that as we get further out, like the islands can become weirder and more magical and more crazy, Correct. Exactly. What would be the fun of that, right? This is me having the gamist conceit. Correct. But again, remember, supplies that's why we just use the word supply. Supply is everything. Supply is food. Supply is building materials. Supply is anything, a physical, durable good, Material, as they say. That's what our that's what our thing is. All right, well, all right, so just for fun, before I log off, let's pretend that we were making one called pearl diving. So, pearl diving. Or maybe we call it treasure diving. All right. What is the cost to go treasure diving? Right? I think that should cost 1 downtime action. Does it have any other costs? We already have that building. That is actually one of the few buildings that we have. The other thing too is I want them to feel kind of fun, to have like a something that's interesting to them. So the cost is 1 downtime action. All right, no cost. All right, so we just jump in the water. All right, another cost. Well, yeah, of course it's going to cost something. Okay, requirement. Now, I will point out that this will make, I think it'll make mariners and mallards really good at pearl diving. Now, that's interesting. We haven't really discussed that. Oh, I think we have, actually. Because mariners, I think, can spend willpower to get, they have the sea legs trait. By the way, if you think Bob's thing is badly designed, wait till you read the fucking Dragonbane book. You can activate this ability when performing an action in water. You are safe from all the effects of being in water for 1 round, including the risk of drowning. So even if we want to drown you, if you have sea legs, you can't drown. All right, mariners, you finally are cool. I'd rather it didn't, because the more rolls you require, the more likely people are just to fail. Because 50% chance times 50% chance, now you're down to a 25% chance. So there you go. Mariners can they can finally do it. So what does a mallard get? They get an ability like that too, right? Don't they? They can just swim or something. Webbed feet. They get a boon to all swimming rolls. Okay, so a duck can still drown. Oh, Beowulf, we are totally including the risk of drowning. All right, so to be clear, if you have a mallard mariner, okay, you are good to go. I don't want to do crab fishing because we already have crab. We already have fishing from the pier, and honestly, I think crab diving would probably just fall under hunting and fishing anyways. So I don't think we need to go back to that well so much. Okay. So, okay. All right. This is what I'm thinking. All right, you ready? Here's what I'm thinking. Before you pearl dive, you choose to take a number of boons on your swimming check. Okay? Each boon, fucking too many bees and it's really late. Before you make your swimming check for treasure diving, you choose to take 0, 1, 2, 3 banes. All right? The number of banes you take will turn into boons when you roll on the treasure diving table. Does that make sense? Yes? No? Maybe? Maybe it's really late and it made sense to me. But what I'm trying now, again, this is one of the things that I really love in game design is when I can express something mechanically, right? And it makes sense in the flavor of the game. The treasure table will be a D20. A bane is disadvantage. So what does this represent? Maybe that went over your guys' heads. King Hodop, no. Banes are advantage and disadvantage. I assume it means that you're trying to swim deeper. Hell yeah. So if you take a bunch of banes, that represents you trying to dive really, really deep. Right? And so you're trying to dive really deep. And if you, to get to the good stuff, right? I mean, all the stuff at the shallow waters has been picked over, right? You're not going to find anything good up there. So if you dive deeper and stay down longer, then you're more likely to find the better treasure or the more awesome stuff. So, oh, you didn't make that connection immediately. Okay, I thought it was really clever and considerate, but yeah. So basically, you choose how deep you want to dive, and that represents the number of banes. And the deeper you dive, if you succeed, the better the treasure is that you could find. And the way that the treasure table will work is, right, like we would have a treasure table or a diving table, treasure diving table, and it would be rated from 1 to 20. And 1 is going to be something fucking awesome. And 20 is going to be something, okayish. And so when you roll on this table, if you took 2 Banes when you made your swimming check, you would roll on this table with 2 boons. Does that make sense? Now, what we would have to do, though, is we still have to come up with, so there would be a special here. Now, should this be limited? I don't know. That's not a bad option either, Beowulf. Actually, no, we already did that, Beowulf. We did that for the, did we do that? What did we do that for? Did we do that for the fishing table? Yeah, see, on the fishing table, if you roll a nat 1, you roll on the rare catch table with 2 Banes. So I'm totally fine with there being default Banes, Beowulf. I'm 100% on board with you. So yeah, I don't know if it's 3 Banes or if it's 2 Banes. We can really figure that out. No, you know what we would do, King Hodop? If someone's boat did get wrecked, we would come in and we would add their wreck to the list. Is there a limit? You know, should this be something that you can do as many times per week as you want? Is there some sort of limit? I don't know. Another option, because remember, one of the things I want to get out of the habit of is somebody just spamming something endlessly. So, for example, we could have the cost be 1 downtime action, but we could have it cost 1 more downtime action for each time you've done it this week, right? Maybe it takes longer to recover, or you know what I mean? Like, so there's a way that you could, I don't know. Like I don't want everything to just be spammable and repeatable always, especially if it's I want it to feel kind of cool and unique, and I don't want it to just necessarily fall away. But that's an option that I have. Also, too, I like having the actions each feel like they have sort of different. Well, I don't think fishing should. Oh, I see what you mean in terms of finding stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Zombo. I mean, I think trying to reuse that mechanic over and over again becomes a little bit boring. Just implement map. Yeah, we could just implement map. All right. So no, we'll say the cost is that. We'll say no limit, no requirement. So this is anybody can go dive in the water. Fucking it. We ball. Skill is definitely going to be swimming, right? Special, which is to be determined. All right. Effect. So we have a demon, a fail, a success. Now we'll modify this, but and a dragon. No. Special. Special is something that is unique to that skill that allows you to affect it before you make the roll. So here's what I'm thinking. So this is just my base thing here. So if you roll a demon, right, you get fucked. And yes, I think you dying should be an option. Mirth and mayhem, baby. Mirth and mayhem. Okay? Just saying. All right? If you fail, you get nothing, obviously. You lose. Good day, sir. Now, I know this is a little bit extra and a little bit, crazy, but, go with me on this one. If you get a success, all right, you roll on the treasure table. If you get a dragon, I think we should get something else. I don't know what it is, and I don't know how to do it, but I think we should get something else. And I'd love to know what you guys think. Now, one of my ideas is that we could have 2 different treasure tables, okay? We could have the treasure table, and then we could have... So maybe a success is you roll on the treasure table, and a dragon is you roll on the wreck table, you know, or the Rex table, or maybe there's some sort of mythical, mythical table. I'm Zomble, I'm basically going Heart of the Ocean vibes here. You're on what I'm thinking here. But again, I want it to still be random. I don't want it to just be like, oh, you rolled a 1, now you get the best thing ever. I want it to still be like a table, you know, still random. But I like the idea of there being like 2 tables, right? Like this is like, oh, cool, you know, you found a pearl, you know, you went underwater, you found something like that, right? On the dragon, it's like you found something, you know, legitimate, you know. Like awesome. Demon, roll 1d20. On another demon, you're dead. On a 2 to 19 shark attack, you lose a limb. Dragon, you get a treasure of great wealth, too deep for any diver to read. Beowulf, you are reading. That is the vibe that I'm picking up here. So actually, what I'm thinking of, normally we wouldn't use this in town, but you know, hey, listen, you're the one who jumped into the ocean. Where is Bob's injury table? Teeth knocked out. All right. Well, he doesn't have any. He doesn't have a. So we could kind of get used to, like, you know, deep wounds, severed toe, you know, broken arms, ribs. We could maybe use these from to represent a potential like shark or sea serpent attack. You know. Common and uncommon RNG loot tables. That's what I'm kind of going for. So I think that we should maybe have 2 loot tables, right? We should sort of have like the common treasure table, and then we should have, you know, sort of the rare table, right? With something, you know, cool and unique on it, to that end. And, you know, maybe the things on this list are, you know, maybe they're limited, maybe they're unique. I don't know. I think there's some fun options there. Another option is we do have these rare mystical gems. I guess there's the one. And we also have essence. And we also have... So we could maybe make the mythic thing that you find the magical materials, which are otherwise really, really rare. Like maybe you find some tide iron, some storm silver, some mithril. I don't know if it makes sense to find wood at the bottom of the water. You find a siren scale. You find a serpent's kiss. You find a leviathan tendon. You find maybe a dragon bone. You find a sea heart pearl. You find a thunder shard opal. You find a tide glass prism. You find an iron spire crystal. You find a tide fern bloom. You find essence of water, essence of storm, essence of last breath. Oh, yeah, of course. Wood. Oh, yeah. Oh, totally. King Hodop. Yes, of course you could find wood. Yes, in a sunken ship. So, yeah, okay. So maybe the mythical treasure table is that you find these super rare materials, you know? To be fair, King Hodop, essence of water is a swirling orb or vial of sapphire blue liquid that never spills even when corked. Feels cool and alive to the touch, okay? No, common is going to be... No, well, remember, this is supposed to be a wealth generator. I mean, because you're taking a risk, right? You're risking drowning here. This isn't just going to the day labor. So common is going to be way better than supply. My suggestion is that common is mostly wealth, but maybe some supply. The idea being that you just found some, you know, routine. We'll make a table. Well, no, because we're not going to do. Again, everything gets genericized, right? Well, that's what I'm saying. Not everything needs to be there. Oh, you're making a peeing joke. Okay, I got it. No, you ever seen like those those pictures of the videos of like the brine pools, the brine death pools at the bottom of the ocean, you know? But anyways, yeah, predominantly and principally, I want this to be a wealth generator. Fishing gets you supply, right? Treasure diving should get you wealth. I mean, after all, you did succeed, right? Genericized. Yeah, it's not really a word. It's a word that I made up. So yeah, the idea of genericized meaning that like I am making all the resources generic. Correct. Okay, you love it. All right. I don't know. I kind of like this. So I think success, if you get a success, you're going to gain supply, wealth, and maybe even some knowledge. Message in a bottle, anybody? So if you succeed, you'll get resources. If you roll the dragon, you might get one of the rare crafting materials, which are really rare in the game. I kind of like that. Now, how fucked should we get fucked? That's the real question. Now, I don't want it just straight to be you roll a demon and you drown. Although I do like that the sea legs person is immune to that. Now, to be fair, sea legs did say you are immune to drowning. So you're safe from all negative effects from being in water, including the risk of drowning. This is 53. Okay. Right. Okay. So you don't have to worry about drowning, and you don't have to worry about being slowed by maneuvers and all this other stuff. But that doesn't mean that you can be. That doesn't mean that you can't be attacked and killed by a shark. So shark attack seems pretty good. Copper Blint. Now, you may be confusing us because we've been talking a lot about dagger reaches, and that's all about like story and making everybody feel great. This is Mirth and Mayhem. And if finding a lost treasure wreck or getting eaten by a shark isn't the definition of Mirth and Mayhem, I don't know what is. Oh, it'll be public because it'll be in the public roll channel. You have to announce, what you're doing. That way we track it. You're not literally playing solo. You're just playing on the Discord. Everything has to be logged because otherwise we don't know if you're cheating. So that only means you have a 1 in 400 chance of drowning. I don't know that that just seems a little bit too low to me. I don't know. What about, because here, there is something in here in the rules. Sorry, I switched over. There is something in the rules about making a con check. So, I don't think 5%. No, 5% is too high. That is too high, King Hoda. But what I'm saying is like maybe there's, yeah. Like we can't actually simulate an attack. You know what I mean? Like we can't simulate, we can't actually play out the attack. So the best we can do is emulate the attack, right? By doing something like giving your character one of the injuries from Bob's injury tables that feels appropriate, right? One of the severe injuries, right? Like maybe you get the bends and we treat it like a concussion. Again, maybe you get attacked by sharks and you have deep wounds. Maybe you get your finger bitten off by a snapping turtle. Just making something up. Or you get killed. We get drowned. I don't know. We could have some fun with it, you know? Yeah, the injury table. Now, to be fair, no, I'm aware of Copper Blint. I know. Push your luck, baby. Look, Mariners need something. All right. There's enough here that I can work with it. I didn't think I liked this idea, but you know what? I actually am excited about this idea because I can't wait. I can't wait until somebody drowns going for some super rare pearl. Yeah, we could just roll on the injury table and reflavor it. Yeah. You know. Yeah, rolling on the injury table is not the worst idea I've heard of. So I like it. It's easy. It fits the game. We can easily, you know, we can make it fit. You know, for sure. I mean, you know, you don't have to tell me that. Gamblers go to the casino. Mariners who gambles go pearl diving. To be clear, no, because I like the consistency of using something like everything in our game uses a D20. That way, banes and boons always mean the same thing, and we just keep using the same language over and over and over again. So I would not want to create a custom injury table. So there's a strong incentive to just use the existing injury table for sure. Now, what we could do is the same banes that you took on your roll also could apply to the injury table. So if you took 2 banes on your swimming check, you also roll this injury table with 2 banes. Right? The deeper you go, the more likely you are to fail, the more dangerous it gets, you know? Beowulf says, yes. Look, I want some motherfuckers to drown. Okay? Yes. That is so awesome. I love it. Yeah. Okay, I think we've got it. I think we've got it. I think we'll make a table. We'll make a couple fun treasure tables. People can go diving. And now look, swimming is now a skill. And you know, and listen, all I gotta say is, when's the Mallard Mariner coming out? Right? It'll be like what's his name? It's the Mariner, right? From Waterworld, right? Mariner from Waterworld, right? Kevin Costner. People forget this. Dude was a mutant. Okay, he was discriminated against in his time. Look at that. He had gills. And webbed feet. Because he was a mutant. What, Kevin? This is a Mallard Mariner, right here. And by the way, if you've seen this movie, you know that he will dive down and he like steals dirt. I'm 100% diving. Wait, before I laugh at this, Cinnabos, does your character have the swimming skill, and or is your character a mallard, or do you have the sea legs trait? Well, I'm gonna cap how many banes you can take, Beowulf, I think. Where is it? There it is.
I am strong.
Is sea legs limited in any way? No. I mean, you know, you'll have to, if your character drowns, you'll have to spend a will point, but other than that, you're good. I mean, we might put in a thing there that says, like, you know, if whatever, you know, if you want sea legs to be activated, because technically it's only for 1 round, but we might say something like, you know, if you want sea legs to be during your pearl dive, if you want sea legs to be implemented, you have to spend, you know, I don't know, 3 or 4 willpower points or something like that, you know, to represent, you know, you using it during your journey. Because to be clear, you don't auto regain willpower or hit points in town. In order to regain that, you have to go to. Oh, but that's true. It's free action. I have to think about that with Bob then. Because taking a shift rest is free. Yeah, a dragon allows you to roll on the special table. That's right. Yeah, I mean, we can come up with some sort of special rule for sea legs. I mean, I want sea legs. I want them, you know, if somebody's got sea legs or if somebody's, you know, mallard's pretty simple. It gives you a boon to the initial swimming check. But I love the idea of, like, you know, the mariner with the knife between his teeth, you know, and she's swimming down and, you know, this is her environment, you know. She's like one of those that person who just held their breath for 29 minutes or some crazy stuff like that, right? You know, like they know what they're doing. They know how to swim really well. They know how to move underwater. They know how to, you know, they're used to the environment, you know. That's their domain. I love it. Get diving. Get busy diving. Get busy living or get busy diving. There we go. All right. I'm loving it. So yeah, we'll create a few more fun ones. And again, this is just the starting stuff, guys. I want players to use the whatever action, the Stormfront expansion and the Ileborn works to you know, to do this. Oh, see, somebody said, oh, you called it Stormfront earlier. That's because Bob called it Stormfront. I think that's supposed to be Stormhaven. But, you know, to be using Ileborn works and Stormfront expansion, maybe he meant to go for, I don't know. But and people should be creating their own ideas. And, you know, obviously the GMs and I, you know, will work together to kind of create something. But, you know. Oh, that's true. That's a good point. Oh, copper blint. That's interesting. Let me think about that. Well, you're less likely to succeed overall. I mean, to be fair, like, you need to get a crit. But that is true. You need to think about that. Huh. Copper blint, that is a good point. I know this sounds... It sounds kind of crazy. I'll have to think about it. But one idea, Copper Blint, might be that rather than a variable number of Banes, it's just a set number of Banes, and if you take the other set number of Banes, you roll on the other table. Something like that. That's an option. I'll have to think about that, but that's a good thing. I don't really want to increase the dragon range. That's just not the way, you know, Banes really work. Because, I mean, because you're rolling 5d20 and you're taking the worst one. So you're much more likely to fail. You're actually much more likely to critically fail. But you're also exceptionally unlikely to roll a 1. Because if you take 3 Banes, you have to roll a 1, a 1, and a 1. But the idea is that as you take more Banes, I want you to be more likely to generate the special treasure. So I got to think about that. Yeah, I got to think about that. But I think I have a solution. I think. But we'll figure it out. All right, so Elia's got a message for us. This has been our final message, and then I'm going to sign off. Elia says, I'm imagining a scenario. A new character is rolled. Terrible stats. Swap attributes to max DTAs. Spend them all on pearl dives in hopes of getting killed. After a ton of people do this, the coastlines become mega haunted by ghosts with shitty stats. Absolutely. The undead tide, the ghost tide has come. all of these people who've been sacrificed. I love it. I love it. All right, well, this is the kind of fun stuff that we're having with Dragontide, and this is week 1, people. With the game launched without the requisite buildings that it needs to function, but don't worry, we're on it. We're on it. Oh, the Demon Tide. That's sick. Yeah, forget Dragontide. It becomes the Demon Tide. Oh, Copper Blint. I love it. I don't even know what that is, but I'm stealing it. At some point, there's going to be a Demon Tide. That's awesome. How did I not think of that before? That's awesome. That's awesome. Anyways, so yeah, this is obviously not very TTRPG, right? But it's very gamey, I will admit. But the whole idea of this is just to support a structure that players can engage with, because ultimately the whole point of the mega game is not the TTRPG, and it's not the board game, mini game. It's the players interacting with each other. It's the players coming up with plans. It's the players trading ideas and resources and crafting things for one another and, working together to overcome challenges. That's the real game of the mega game. And that's some of the things I always try to point out to people about Pathfinder 2 and Northern Reaches. Is I said, yeah, Pathfinder 2 is part of Northern Reaches, but it isn't Northern Reaches. Northern Reaches, the mega game, Dragontide, the mega game, is bigger than just a session of Pathfinder 2 or a session of Dragonbane. It's the communal story that emerges from all of these fun little separate instances of gaming, like pearl diving or going to Bob's Island and adventuring. Right, together, they all kind of meld together along with all of your thousands and millions or whatever of messages that go back and forth over the course of a season, the unexpected turns of fate and destiny that lead to these cool outcomes. And I think that's what makes it so fun. So that's going to do it for me. I'm actually finally tired. I'm going to be back, not tomorrow. Well, not today, Saturday. I'll be back Sunday night. We're going to be doing 13th Age 2nd Edition. It was voted on by our patrons. That is one of the first looks that we want to look at before I go to Vegas. And then right before I leave for Vegas, we are going to do Pathfinder 2 Battlecry. We're going to take a look at the Commander and the Guardian. And we're going to see if the old reliable Pathfinder can it tread water with the hotness that is Starfinder. Again, I cannot stress this enough. If you didn't watch those, I did 3 long-ish, I know. Well, not really for me. They were like 4 hours each. So I did 3 videos, about 12 hours, on the 6 classes of Starfinder. And I got to tell you, I was really, really impressed by the design of the classes in this game. Not only did they look fun, but they looked well-designed. I gave them probably the highest rankings I've ever given, ever on this channel. So they were really well done. So Starfinder. Is there an ET on Dragon Reach? Hell no. The answer is hell no. I think the only decision that we made is that while I do have some really cool ideas for house rules and changes that I want to make to Daggerheart, and to be fair, some of those changes specifically have to do with the vision I have for the world, we're going to not, that would take months, if not longer, for me to implement that. So the first season of Dagger Reaches will just be, core Daggerheart, 9 domains, 9 classes, 1 to 10, something in that range. Nothing special, nothing Derek special. I mean, there might be a little bit of Derek special, but nothing like major Derek special that requires a lot of work. The only thing that we're really trying to figure out is how to rework some of the other core mechanics and death mechanics, and do, because we everything's an evolution of everything else that came before it, right? Daggertide or Dragontide is just taking elements from Northern Reaches and sort of changing them and updating them, and people have continue to get more and more interested in the town actions and the things. There's stuff going on in season 3 of Northern Reaches right now where players are creating their own venues and players are going to that. And I'm already thinking how do I take that and implement that in, maybe in Dragontide? Okay, well, Dragontide's launched. Maybe I implement that in Dagger Reaches. But one of the questions I have is, should I be doing that? And I think the answer is yes, because I find that I think this provides a lot of really cool interaction points for people. And there's a lot of people who can only play these games reasonably 1 time a week. So what do you do the other 6 days of the week? Just chat in chat? I think having these little gamey elements adds a lot to the game, I think. So I think it'll be fun for us to experiment with that. So, I might take some of the stuff that we learn over the next couple of weeks from Dragontide and bring it over into Dagger Reaches, which probably is going to be called the Shattered Lands, but which someone pointed out to me was the name, apparently, of the original launch world of EverQuest 2, which I played, but I did not remember that. But makes sense because it's the world got broken up by a cataclysm, not into the way that I'm describing it, where you have floating sky islands in an aether void, but the continents broke apart, but it was still a globe, but it was shattered. Yeah, I mean, every season escalates on the next season, escalates on the next season, escalates on the next season. And, I've learned, not only have I learned what works from a game design perspective, Copper, but I also have learned what works from a player psychology standpoint. I mean, at this point, like I said, we've probably had 500 plus people go through Northern Reaches, and I've gotten DMs and complaints from way too many people. I don't know Septerra Core. Is that something I should, is that something is that a game? Is that a video game? Septerra Core. Oh. To go Minecraft on it, like it's more like this, except not in Minecraft. It's these broken shards of land and fragments of city, of terrain, and and everything's magically floating in this sort of magical aether sea. That kind of stuff. Very fantasy. But again, I felt like Daggerheart itself, the core game, had a very fantastic vibe to it, just because of the nature of the abilities and the powers. You missed the whole damn stream, Yuval. We're about to dip out. It's all right. Yeah, well, like I said, I'm on my West Coast time, and no, I'm tired. I'm actually tired, so. Yeah. The other thing that we're really thinking about doing is getting rid of, I think, either keeping it just as it is and say, you know what, we'll if people are mature enough to deal with it, fine, or removing risk at all. Cinemas, that's so true. He is ill-tempered, isn't he? He is so ill-tempered. So I'll tell you this, though. Before I do Dagger Reaches, I got to figure out either the Forge needs to fix itself, or I need to work with Steven Glicker from Roll for Combat and get onto his private servers, or I need to fucking sudo my ass and get up my own AWS account and start fucking learning how to fucking host EC2 instances to host Foundry, and set up, my own process for that, because Forge is shitting the bed. And honestly, if we did a Dagger Reaches, I'm expecting that we would get, 50, 60, 70 players, I think, especially new people coming in, because everyone wants to play. It's a hot game. And right now, the Forge just couldn't handle that right now. So, John, I may honestly hook you up for that. I might, because I do need help with it. And normally I would go to Smith for that, but Smith's been so busy and he's dealing with his own stuff, and I just don't want to bother him with that. The Forge sucks right now. Forge, we've always had problems with the Forge. But a lot of people have been having problems with the Forge, but we've been having incredible problems with the Forge ever since we updated to the latest version of Foundry. So we were on version 12, right? And now we're on version 13. And ever since we updated 13, it's just been a shit show. And I don't know if there's like a memory problem that got introduced with Foundry version 13 that is exacerbating the issue. But yeah. I don't know. Whatever it is, my guess is that these instances that they're providing for us are very minimal and do not nearly, and maybe are shared potentially with other, certainly maybe, because a lot of people have noticed that when we close one server and restart it, it causes cascading errors to other servers. So I'm thinking that they are just creating all of our games on like one EC2 instance, and to make it cheap. And I think they're probably skimping out on the RAM. I'm imagining it's a very low-end piece of virtual software, and rather than giving us something with like a lot of, a lot of RAM, or maybe even dedicating a different host. Stephen Glicker, who hosts top Fortune 100 websites as his his main primary business, although these days Roll for Combat pretty much just takes up all his time. He's talking about, he's like, for $100-$200 a month, he's like, I can get you a dedicated static IP 16 gig machine for each of your Foundry instance worlds. That's true, but they took my money, didn't they? So don't take my money if you can't deliver. And they knew what was up. Cool, John. John, I'm actually gonna reach out to you probably if we get down to that route. I'm hoping that Stephen Glicker can help us out, but he did say that he has some people. So, all right, well. All right, folks. Enjoy your weekend. I'll be back Sunday night to talk 13th Age 2nd Edition. I'm really interested. 13th Age is a game that I go way back on. I've run several really awesome 13th Age campaigns. I really like First Edition. It was. I still think it's a fantastic game, and I'd love to see. But I did have some problems with it. My understanding is 2nd Edition is basically a revision of First Edition, it's not like PF2 to PF1. It's more of a cleanup. It's more of a 5.5 to 5, but I think they went a little further than 5.5. So it'll be interesting to see what they changed, what they kept. There were some weird instances with 13th Age, but I think it's a great game, and there's so many cool ideas that I know Smith and I have begged, borrowed, and stealed from that game a lot over the years. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. And then again, we'll look at the Commander and we'll look at the Guardian on Tuesday before I head to Vegas. All right, folks, that's going to do it for me. Thanks a lot for hanging out with me. Thanks for the ideas. Thanks for the feedback. I appreciate it. If you want to be a part of all this craziness, join Knights of Last Call. Join us, patreon.com/Knights of Last Call. Join at the champion tier. Check out the Dragontide video. It's on our live stream tab. You got to go to live stream tab. That's going to show you everything that Bob and I were talking about. And maybe you can be a part of this cool, crazy mess. And maybe you're like, Derek, you should make that building. Fine, fuck you. Join the fucking Patreon. Join Dragontide. Get a sick PC. Make the goddamn building yourself. Don't have me do it. You do it. That's the whole point of these games. All right, everybody. See you next time on Knights of Last Call. Peace.